if you're on a date.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. You already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views, and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it,
not
man.
the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word, I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
man.
you upset.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my question? Are you refusing? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
Are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on
That's
this
the
fucking
funniest shit.
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and
changed
Tehuti shook
his
our heads
mind.
the same time. It's-
This
is
Tehuti
crazy.
believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites. I think I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given whereby we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and
changed
Tehuti shook
his
our heads the
mind.
same time. It's- This is
Tehuti
crazy.
believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites.
Hold on. Okay.
And what is that? What does it say there in verse 9?
And they that were with me saw and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me.
Right. This is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So those that were with him, they heard the voice, or they didn't hear it?
Now, according to what he's saying here to, who's he talking to here? Felix or Agrippa? Yeah. According to this, he says they heard the voice of him that spake to me. That's what the other one. Where's the other one in Acts 9?
No, I just want to establish one thing. Those who were with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what, it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both at the same time?
Yeah, can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? You to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
Swimming up, no, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now? Greetings, peace, everyone. Let me get a mic check if I can be heard. Mic check if I can be heard. Greetings on this wonderful day. Let me get a mic check. 1, if you can hear me. 1, if you can hear me. Can I be heard? All right. Let's fix this up. Wonderful peace and love, everyone in the room. We're gonna do a room check to everyone, and then we're gonna explain what the podcast is about, and get this on. There's a lot of stuff going on today. Yes, thank you also to everybody before we even start. Thank you to everybody that sent me Earth Day wishes and Earth Day greetings, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the supports. Some have sent donations for my Earth Day. I appreciate it. I personally don't I don't log my age. I don't keep track of my age. I don't even celebrate the birthday, but I have loved ones around me that celebrate it, and they surprise me with celebrations, and my students surprise me, and I enjoy and appreciate those who appreciate that I'm alive, and I'm still alive the next year and still alive the next year. So I take part in the festivities of those that set it up for me. I greatly appreciate it. So those who want to show your love in the Cash App, and I appreciate it, and the PayPal, some people already have. We'll be putting them up on the screen, but I wanted to thank everybody for all the interesting messages and emojis and pictures and things that I've received on this special day, the day that Tehuti came to the earth, as they say, in this form. Peace and love, everybody. We're going to give a shout out to everyone in the room. Let's go through the room and let's see who's in here. So we're gonna Apple the Carry quoted "Oh, you feel stronger, huh?" Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody in the room. Shout out to Big Vapes. Shout out to Jody, who says she likes this shirt. This shirt was made by one of my goddesses. Shout out to her. It was made by Anana, one of my goddesses, who made this for me. It was a shirt that I was wearing when I had the pre-debate with Mighty Hebrew. There's much more to it. There's the whole shirt. That's Heru, the Sun Ra Aten, the I, the Awajit, and there's much more throughout the shirt. Yes, today is a red and orange day for me. So we'll get into that later. But anyway, shout out to Jody. Red, yellow, and orange for the sun. Shout out to RPM. Shout out to Spirit Lack. Peace, peace, peace. Plug in the Podclass. Mike. Peace, peace, peace. Shout out to Super Ogul, one of the AJ Super Mogul, one of the great students who sets up one-on-ones with me. Actually supposed to have one with him in 2 days. Got to talk to him about that. We got one set up in 2 days. One moment. Let's see if we can get the lighting a little. Okay, let me move this. There we go. Boom. Shout out to you. Shout out to Anki Ma'at, one of the moderators. Okay, shout out to this name that rhymes that I like, Horizon of Zion. Shout out to Amanku Neteru, who says greetings, Saba. And greetings to you too, Saba. Because Saba is the teacher and Saba is the student. Jody says happy solar return day. Yes. Shout out to everybody showing support for my Earth Day. I'm glad to be here. I don't know if I'm going to be here for my next one, and I'm glad that I'm here for this one. Every day and each day is appreciated as if it's a brand new day on Earth. Shout out to you. Shout out to Ashley Too Crafty. Shout out to you, Ashley, with another name that rhymes. Shout out to you. And we have Silly Banks 33. Haven't seen that name before, but shout out to you and welcome to the room. And of course, the one and only, one of the most dedicated, one of the greatest supporters, every single Podclass who always sends support, Netter, the greatest. Shout out to you, Netter, the greatest. And we got my the other moderator here. We got Nanny Aset Mur. Shout out to Nanny Aset Mur. I'm going to be giving a special shout out to the moderators in a moment. And one of my other great students, Asiatic Soldier, built to be my bodyguard. He's a brother that works out. Shout out to Heka Kepara. Shout out to you, another dedicated one who's always here. And shout out to the other moderator, Saneti Amun, who says 222. I hope you can hear me now. Shout out to you, Saneti Amun, one of the great moderators, and Spirit of Lack. Spirit of Lack, who says the volume was down. That's why Spirit of Lack couldn't hear. A Lucky Shot. Shout out to A Lucky Shot, who sent me Earth Day respect and Earth Day wishes earlier. Shout out to you. Shout out to Jamio X, a little low, but we can hear you. Let me see something here. Okay. Shout out to you. Shout out to the one and only Danny Salinas. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where magic always happens. Absolutely, Danny Salinas. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody in the room. I see a lot of people in the room. Sinetia Moon screaming Happy Earth Day with stars. Shout out to you. Thank you. JP yelling out Happy Easter God Day. Shout out to you. I think I had a question about Easter coming up. Master K, Hotep, Namaste. Hotep to you. Hotep to Hotep. Okay, wonderful. I think that's almost everybody. Oh, we got a whole bunch of people here. Shout out to my oldest student in the room. Maybe my oldest student. It's either out of you or Wasret. You're probably the same length of time. But shout out to the oldest student that I have to this day, still coming and learning from me. I think we're going on 29 years now. 29 years I woke this brother up, and he's here. That's a long laster. Okay, shout out to you. Shout out to you, Golden One. He has different names, but we'll call him Golden One for now because that's what the name is on here right now. Shout out to you, I Manifesto. I like green on Friday. Wonderful. Shout out to you. And Trinidad's back. Trinidad in the house. Happy Earth Light, bro. Thank you. Everybody give me shout outs to my birthday, Earth Day. Wonderful. You guys, thank you. Send your shout outs and send your support, Support me on the Earth Day. I want to get some more spinach and bodybuilding products. All right, shout out to who else is here? Of course, Ahati Ma'at, my most consistent student, most loyal, protective student, who calls me Mighty Utu Amenhotep Ra. That is my other name. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at, who actually is the reason why I am here in the public. Shout out to you. Shout out to Arcad Infinite. Shout out to you. Happy Earth Day. Shout out to you. Maurice is here as well. Hotep Tehuti. Awesome. Shout out to you, Maurice. And we got Avon Barksdale. Yes, Tehuti brother, man. How you doing? Salam, Bree. Maybe that's salam, bro. But salam, bro. Salam back to you. That means peace in the Arabic language. So peace to you. And of course, one of the most dedicated is this. Did he give the highest donation one time? Can we? I know. Black Alucard and Comedic Matter G. But Kemet collectively gives the highest donations because every Podclass he just throws in high donations, every single one. Shout out to you, Kemet. I actually have a question from Kemet that I'm gonna answer extremely thoroughly, handcrafted for you on my Earth Day. I saw your question and I have a handcrafted special answer for you and the little one there that you are raising. Peace out, peace to you. Who says, Vanglorious Sabbath Tehuti, Earth Day is a great day. Yes, it is. Peace. Okay. Oh, and here's my other oldest students. Wasred. It's between Wasred and Golden. Where is he still up here? Yeah, scroll all the way back. Somewhere up here. I can't click them on both at the same time. Okay. Golden 999. I know them as different names, but Wasred, another sister that I think I woke up out of whatever she was in, maybe back in 95. I can't remember. I think it was 95. So I think that's another 28 years or so. Who found me on the Killer Priest podcast again and is still sending in questions. So yes, there's people that I've been teaching that are still around for decades. Shout out to you, Wasret. great having you in the room. A lot of times she can't make it, but this is a great day that she made it. Shout out to you, Wasret. Shout out to Darius McNear from Chicago. He's checking in. And here's another name that I like. 7, Concentrate. 7, Soul. 7. Shout out to you. All right, I think we got everybody here. Oh, of course, the highest donator, one-time donator in the history of the Podclass. He's tied with Comedic Matter G. I think last week gave 100. I think that was last week. Shout out to you for the biggest donation, you and Comedic Matter G, for one-time donation. That was awesome. I greatly appreciate it. This does take a lot out of me. I'm very tired after these pod classes because I teach for 3 hours straight, 3.5 hours, and then afterwards I have to engineer the video for another almost an hour to post it. So I'm the engineer too, so it's like 4.5 hours of work, maybe 5, doing these pod classes and answering questions thoroughly with no drama. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. I think that's everybody. We have Sonini from South Africa. Zaza. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. We have students and people from all over the world. Shout out. Ready for the first eye knowledge. Wonderful, wonderful. Happy. Robert says, that's Naia Ninti. Love that name. I like the name Ninti. Ninti reminds me of Ninti is actually one of the first female known scientists who actually is responsible for the upgrading of man into Homo sapien. A lot of people don't know about her, but it's good to know about her. Her name is Mother of Life, Ninti. All right, we have Robert Williams says Hotep Day, Earth Day, Hotep. Yes. Okay. Yes, let's get it started, everybody. This is going to be an action-packed pod class. I know you guys right now are filling up my my emails with Cash Apps and PayPals and messages and questions. I haven't looked yet, but I know by the time I look, it's going to be stacked. I already have questions and a couple of them right before class started. So let's go ahead and introduce what this pod class is actually about and what is actually happening here. But before we do that, I have to shout out my people that help me. Let me get this off the screen. These are the assistants and the people that help the Podclass run smoother. This name was created by none other than stranger, not moderators, but moderators. Anki M. Mayat, Nani Osset Mur, and Saneti Amun. These are the 3 people. Oh, and also Ahati. Ma'at. YouTube will not let me make him an official moderator, but he is the unofficial moderator. These are the people that you can send questions to in the Tehuti pod class. Questions about how the class is run. Questions about where you can send your questions into me. Questions about what my email address is. Last debates, last classes. Things like that. Do not, and I repeat, do not, this is not an advertisement to send them questions about the weight of the planet Earth and what was first, Kemet or Sumer, or the Anunnaki coming back, or these are not for them to answer those kind of questions. That actually distracts the class. Those questions are to be sent in to me, and they're sent in through Cash Apps and PayPals. Also, there he is, Ahati. Hey, good. I can get all their names up at the same time. They're the moderators right there. Ahati's kind of covering Sinet's name, but we've seen the name. So there's all the moderators right there. Shout out to everybody, okay? There they are. So let's go ahead and explain what the Tehuti Podclass is for those who are new and for those who may not know what's happening. Okay, so my name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. I've been teaching for like we've just seen, over 20-30 years. I've been teaching all over America, Canada, in person, live, and then I went into seclusion for a while. I came back out on the internet on a thing called Pal Talk. Started teaching there. But prior to that, I was teaching live in front of anywhere from 40 to 500 people without preparation. I was doing the same thing that I'm doing now, except for I was in front of people live, news reporters, Masons, Christians, and just would tell everybody, go ahead and ask a question. At that time, there was no such thing as YouTube. There was no researching thing. I don't even think Wikipedia existed then. There was no computer in front of me. There was no research. There was no YouTube. There was no Googling this. It was me in front of a stage, ask a question, and I have to answer it. And I'd be up there for a long period of time. What happened is, after a while, people wanted to have one-on-one classes with me, and I tried that out. And there's so many people, as you can see right now in the room, there's 73 people. So let's say of these 73 people, 30 people are requesting a one-on-one class, and the class are, say, an hour or an hour and a half. That's 30 to 45 hours of my time. So I tried it out for a little bit. Of course, people were reciprocal, so they were paying me for the classes, as they should, because my information is very thorough and it takes time to put it together. I don't gish gallop. I don't make up answers on the spot. There's research involved, and everything is displayed on the screen. So I said to people, I went on the Killer Priest podcast for a while, and then I announced there that I'm going to be opening up my own Podclass, and people can come there and ask questions. And instead of each person paying a certain amount per hour, which could get kind of costly if you want to have 2 classes, 3 classes with me a week, instead of each person paying that, I said I will open up a public class, and all I ask for is reciprocity, which means instead of making this YouTube a private room where you have to send in a monthly donation to come into the room, I'm making it public for everybody. And I just expect reciprocity, where you can ask questions, and there's the information at the bottom. You send the questions to PayPal or Cash App. Reason being is because YouTube actually shut down my monetization, so you can't send in the super chats. Usually on regular YouTube channels, you could send in super chats. It would go bing, bing, bing on the screen, and I would read it, and then answer the question. That's what I was doing in the Killer Priest podcast. YouTube shut down the monetization, so I can't do it anymore. So I set up my own PayPal and Cash App, where you have room in there to send in a question, or you could just say this is for support donation, or today you can say this is for my Earth Day. I'll read it, I put it up on the screen manually, and then I answer your question. Your question is logged in forever on YouTube, your personal question with the answer thoroughly dissected and answered on YouTube forever. And you can take it, show your family, or you have it for review. It's your own personal question, and it is reciprocity. So I ask everybody, for those here that are in the pod class, to support and send your Cash App to Rocky SV, PayPal to Rocky SV, Cash App to TT Moon. This is my AI moderator. She's pointing up with the information there. I will read your question. In you have enough room to type in the PayPal a whole paragraph of a question, and in the Cash App you can type in a few lines of a question. If you want to be anonymous, you can type in anonymous. I will flash the information on the screen, just like the super chat, and then I will answer the question. So welcome to the Tehuti pod class. We are about to get started. Our motto here is ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. I'll say it again. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Very, very important, because it is very easy to have a religious opinion, but very difficult to show artifacts of what you're actually speaking of, because artifacts bear no emotion. They're just there no matter who looks at them. Religious opinion bears emotion. and with emotion and testosterone and adrenaline, adrenocorticotropic, and norepinephrine, and things that take place in the brain that block mental capabilities and protect the brain, that can interfere with the answer to the question when your religious emotions are involved in it. So we just say none of that, and we just deal with factual information. Let me fix this a little bit. Wonderful. Factual information. So we're about to go right now to the questions that were asked. And let me ask a question here. Is Beged Leisure in the house? Sometimes he's Michael, sometimes he's Micha. There's different names. Everybody has different names. It's hard to keep up with everybody. But is Beged Leisure in the house? Is Beged Leisure in the house? Beged Leisure. I promised him that I would begin off this class with his question. Is Beged Leisure here? He's either Micha, or he's Michael, or he's Beged Leisure. Different kind of names, but I want to know if he's here. I'm gonna open up with his question. Is the first question. Okay, so while that's happening, I'm gonna actually go to. Let me go see what's going on here. Okay. So we have let me see here. Is this one? Okay, 1 second here. Let me. Oh. Okay, everybody. So, everybody, you can send your questions in. I'm checking in. I just have one new one. This thing should be full of questions, but I do have some questions that were asked prior to. So I'm gonna get into that. But let me see where. Oh, we have a. I have a birthday donation. Where is that? Where did it go? I just saw it here. Is this it? That's it. Okay, let's see. It started here. Okay, here we go. We have a birthday donation from a wonderful sister to start off the Podclass. She wants to remain anonymous. She is an avid, continuous supporter. Let me go ahead and take the name out. I have to do all this manually, yes, because I'm the engineer and the teacher. So let me go ahead and edit the name out. She wants to remain anonymous, but she is a great supporter of the Podclass. So we'll keep her anonymous. Let me go ahead and put her in the screen here. Okay, let me see. Okay, where is she? Branding. Okay, oh, and of course, before we get started, let me introduce Charlotte, who's on my hat. Yes, this is the spider that is 2 times the size of Neith. So you all are used to seeing Neith on my hat, but this spider is 2 to 2.5 times her size. You can see it covers almost half the hat, and she is Charlotte, and just like Neith, she represents weaving and photonic entanglement, which we'll be talking about today. And she is, yes, matching the colors of the orange and the yellow, which are the sun colors, because today is my Sunday, so that matches that. And of course, I'm going to bring out all the way from Thailand. This is Third Eye, as you can see by all the third eyes that are on his back, and they are in yellow to match the color coordination of the theme of the day. So I'm wearing yellow and orange, which is the colors of the sun. We see the yellow and orange spider, Charlotte, on my hat. And then you see Third Eye, who is yellow and orange. and he's all the way from Thailand. Very, extremely rare. It's probably the first and only time you'll see this species of snake in front of you. Okay. So let me get this band off the screen. Okay, good. So those are my animal guides, my animal energy sources. I always have animals around me. I've had more animals around me than people. I believe they're less dangerous. So yeah, how many people here have been hurt more by animals or people? Whether physically or emotionally, been hurt by animals more or people? I think animals are much safer. So let's get on with the class. So shout out to let's go ahead with the first donation of the class. First donation is she. One moment. She wants to remain anonymous, but we will still shout her out because she knows who she is. And one moment here. Why is it not showing on the screen? Very interesting. Okay, hold on everybody. Bear with me, I'm the engineer. Okay, let me go to this. Boom. Okay, we're at April 15th. That's today. And she's supposed to be right there, but she's not. So let me go ahead and do this again. I'm the engineer, the editor. It says April 15th. Hey, very strange. Oh, you know? Oh, it's on MP3. It's only showing MP3 file. Let me fix this again. Here we go. I wonder why it's doing that. It's just showing MP3 file. All files. Oh, this is so strange. April 15th. Oh! Sorry everybody, one second. I know why I did that. I'm in the wrong thing. Here it is. Here it is. I see what's doing it. It was in the MP3 section. Okay, shout out. She says, this is a huge support donation. Not even a question involved, but for my Earth Day, she sent $30. Shout out to you, sister. You know who you are. I talk to you on a weekly or bi-weekly basis, and I appreciate the respect and support on my Earth Day. Thank you for that. I'm gonna drink some water. Shout out to you, sister. And we're gonna get back to the questions and back to the rest. Okay, shout out to you for that $30. Much respect. A great way to start the pod class. If you sent a PayPal and don't think that it went through, let the moderators know. Sometimes the one that I have over the PayPal, sometimes she has to step away for a moment so she doesn't see them immediately. But shout out to you, sister, for that support. Let's go ahead and see what else is going on here. Let me refresh this. I don't know. Okay, so we're gonna get into this computer's going crazy. Here we go. I'm trying to get back to the screen to see that is Beged Leisure here in the house? Is Beged Leisure here? Any of the moderators see Beged Leisure? Beged Leisure. Don't tell me you don't see mine. Are you? Did you send it in PayPal? I will check. The PayPal's come a little bit slower because of the person that's over it has to step away for a while. So let me refresh this and see. I actually don't see any any donations or anything coming in. I see I think way up at the top is West Ferret. I see okay. Strange, I don't really see anybody's okay, don't worry. If Kamit 101, did you send it in PayPal? In Cash App? Huh. I'm wondering why I'm not seeing anything here. This is strange. Let me refresh the thing. I'm not seeing anything. 1 second, everybody. Let me check with one of the moderators. Let me check something here real quickly. Let's see. One moment. Am I getting notification? Okay. So Kamit. One moment, everybody. Hold on. Let me see something. Okay, we're just gonna go with I have a question from Kamit, but I don't have the new Cash App. I'm not seeing the new notifications coming in, but I see the old one. Let me see. Am I not scroll to the top? Okay, there I see something now. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, what is that? Maybe it was so big it took time to come in. I don't know. Is that what happened? Okay, I see. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Shout out to let me go ahead and shout out. It says I guess for the moderators for sending them the email. It says via email, peace moderators. Oh wow, okay, this is wonderful. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen because you're actually gonna get a very detailed answer for the last thing before you even sent this. This is okay, hold on. There's a lot going on. 1 second. Okay. Okay, this is wow. It doesn't. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. 1 second. How come I'm? Okay. Okay, I'm starting to see stuff in now. Okay, Kamit, I see a picture. I have 9 new ones. Where are they? Okay, let me go ahead. This is strange. I'm being told I have 9 new ones, but I don't. I see Kamit, so I'm gonna go ahead and shout out Kamit. Okay, I'm gonna put to Kamit, the biggest donation ever given. Let me go ahead and put that in the room here. Okay, here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Brian, shout out to Kamit. For the hugest. Shout out to Kamit for $127.27. Shout out to Kamit for $127.27. Is it showing up on the screen? Okay, 1 second, Kamit. Shout out to you. And I'm about to give you, I have an answer for you before I even shout out to you, Kamit. 1 moment. Shout out to you, Kamit. You get a round of applause for the largest donation ever given on the Tehuti Podclass. Appreciate that. Thank you, my brother. You are awesome and amazing. And I'm about to answer your question right now. Let me get this off the screen. Shout out to you, Kamit. That is awesome. Let's get into the questions, everybody. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling ready to break down some information. Let's do this, okay? Annie, take this thing off. Okay, here we go. Let me get back to the room, but let's break this down now. I am amped. I am motivated. Shout out to you, Kamit, for that madness. Shout out to you. Sinetia Moon says, thank you very much, Kamit. Thank you very much. Nani says, where is it, Nani? Nani says, nice, Kamit Tua. Shout out to you, my brother. Appreciate that. Let's get into a question from Kamit. There we go. Okay, 1 second. I'm getting an update. Okay, so I just got a message from the one of the moderators that I got in several cash apps, but I'm not getting email notifications. Very interesting. Okay, so I have the pictures of them, so they're going to be sent to me, and don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to go up on the screen. I just got to wait for them to be sent to me manually. For some reason, we're not getting the email notifications for the cash app. That is so odd. We're getting the email notifications for the PayPals, though. It's usually the other way around. Okay, so let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're going to get into the answers. And did anybody ever see Beged Leisure in the room? Is Mika Beged Leisure in the room? Anybody seen him? No problem. As soon as he comes in, I'm going to get to his question. He sent a question too. All right, everybody, let's do this. Let me show the new people how we answer questions around here. How are questions answered? So I'm going to go ahead and get to the screen. Boom. There we go. And Truth Seeker says, I sent you a cash app. Wonderful. They're all going to come in manually to me. Usually they're supposed to come in the email. Somehow they're not in the email, so they're being sent literally manually. I see their picture in my cell phone, so got to transfer it over here. Don't worry, everybody. Everybody's cash app will be seen and addressed. Thank you. So for the first one here, we're going to get into, going to do a screen share. Kamit, this is for you, handcrafted. I just saw your question. He sent a video question in, but the video wasn't working for the whole week. So he sent in this question in the email, and here it is right here. And the question is, from Kamit, I've noticed when I meditate in nature, i.e. my backyard on the grass, bare feet, and my head or hair in contact with the grass and my trees and my garden, I can reach higher levels of meditation. So I came to the conclusion that maybe meditation should be done away from electromagnetic fields, i.e. home electronics, Wi-Fi. Just wanted your thoughts on this topic. And then and as a bonus breakdown, Easter. Thanks, sir. I look forward to hearing your breakdown. Once again, I would like to thank you for your knowledge. It is greatly appreciated and needed. You have helped me a lot and my daughter. Peace, prosperity to you and your family times 72. Thank you, Brother Kamit. And we're going to get into the first part, and if I have time, we'll get into the second part too. But let's get into the first part here. If everybody can see the screen, this is for Kamit here. If everybody can see the screen right here, you're going to see what looks like a dark crystal. Okay. We're going to, this is a magnetite. It's a living organism, produced magnetite in humans. Magnetite can be found in various parts of the brain, including frontal and parietal occipital and temporal lobes, brainstem, cerebellum, basal ganglia. Iron can be found in 3 forms in the brain: magnetite, hemoglobin, blood, and ferritin protein. In areas of the brain related to motor functions generally contain more iron. Magnetite can be found in the hippocampus. The hippocampus is associated with information processing. Make note of that. Specifically, learning and memory. Make note of that as well. However, magnetite can have toxic effects due to its charge and magnetic nature and its involvement in oxidative stress or the production of free radicals. Research suggests that beta amyloid plaques and tau proteins associated with neurodegenerative disease frequently occur after oxidative stress and buildup in iron. And then some researchers also suggest that humans possess magnetic sense, proposing that this could allow certain people to use magnetoreceptive or for navigation. Make note of that as well. The role of magnetite in the brain is not well understood, and there has been a general lag in applying more modern interdisciplinary techniques to the study. Okay, so, and it continues to go on, and it's magnetite is very, very important. As they said, it's used for navigation. Animals actually use it better. So we see bees, pigeons, dolphins are being studied for their ability to use magnetite with the Earth magnetic field to navigate. And I want everybody to know that the Earth's magnetic field is not a visual thing that your eyes can see, but this is the Earth magnetic field right here with its 62 points. This is the Earth magnetic field that some people call ley lines. It's also called the Earth grid. Okay, the Earth grid. So bees, pigeons, dolphins are being studied for their ability to use this Earth grid because they're getting information from the Earth grid in order for them to navigate. You ever notice that flocks of birds can fly in a particular direction, and within 1 second the entire flock can change a direction? And let's say the flock size is about 40 feet long. So there's a bird on the 40th side at the very end, and there's a bird on the 40th foot side on the other end. But in 1 second, they can all seem to maneuver and make a left turn at the exact same time, almost as if they're following some type of path, or there's some type of telepathic communication that takes less than a second for that information to get to all the birds. Because if you were to get 45 humans to all run and try to make them all make a left turn at the same time, they'd be bumping into each other. And there's hundreds of birds inside of flocks, and they never bump into each other. They're actually using the Earth's grid and the ley lines. This is a depiction of what it would look like, the ley lines. And this was used for natural meditation, which we'll get into. So electromagnetic ley lines that connect life forms to the current of nature that flows throughout the Earth. Those are the electromagnetic ley lines, and we're going to understand the importance of that. Okay. Now, what happens is, as Kamit was saying, when he's barefoot and out in nature, he finds he can reach higher levels, but when he's around certain electronics, there seems to be interference, and this is absolutely true. I'm actually going to play something for you to show that there are several cases of childhood cancer found around areas where there's certain poles generating an electromagnetic negative electricity field and radiation field, and we'll see the effects that it has on the brain. Let me go ahead and play that, and then we'll get more into the answer. We're going to see what effect certain electronics have with individuals. So let's go ahead and play this.
phone company Sprint shut down a cell phone tower on the campus of a California elementary school after some parents said it may be linked to several recent cases of childhood cancer. Now, those families at Weston Elementary School in Ripping claim the tower could have...
1 second, everyone. Hold on. Little technical thing here. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. 1 moment. Okay, here we go. We're back. Here we go.
Kids to harmful radiation. In Ripping claim the tower could have exposed their kids to harmful radiation. Sprint says the tower is safe and has operated well below federal safety limits, but the company turned it off anyway and plans to move it to a new location. Carter Evans spoke to the families at the center of the controversy. My son missed growing up with his friends. My son lost all of his hair. It's not something that I wish on anybody, to watch their child go through what our children have gone through.
Kelly Prime's son Kyle was just 10 years old when he was diagnosed with kidney cancer in 2016. 5 months later, Kyle's friend and classmate Mason Ferrulli developed brain cancer.
14 hours to get the tumor out, and he had 5 weeks of inpatient rehabilitation. He had to learn to walk, talk, eat, everything all over again.
2 more kids at the school were diagnosed this year.
At what point are you saying, we ought to take a close look at the school here?
The moment that I found out that Mason had been diagnosed, it popped into my mind that something was not okay.
The moms believe the recent increase in cancer cases could be caused by radiation from radio frequency, or RF waves, coming from this cell tower located on the elementary school campus.
It is classified as a possible carcinogen. That tells us that there is some evidence out there. We're not naive to the fact that there could be other components out there, other environmental influences, but the bottom line that we feel in regards to this tower is it doesn't belong there. If there's any indications that it's unsafe.
You figure it's not worth the risk?
Absolutely.
The school district hired engineers to measure the exposure and concluded the tower met government and industry standards in all respects and posed no threat to student safety. The parents hired their own investigator, who found much higher RF levels than the district did, but still within government safety standards.
Sprint takes safety very seriously.
Sprint's Dharma Nordell says 3 tests have shown the cell tower is operating 100 times below the federal limit.
Let me just ask you flat out, does Sprint believe that tower could be causing cancer?
Absolutely not. It is not a safety concern to the community, but we do hear the community's concerned, so we're quickly working to relocate the tower.
Whenever you hear of cases of cancer in a child, obviously that itself is alarming. When there's several cases in one school, that's even more alarming.
CBS News medical contributor, oncologist David Agus, says the number of cases warrants further investigation, but he says people exposed to RF waves at normal levels have not been found to be at higher risk for developing cancer.
The way to study this is to look at the incidence of cancer in proximity to these towers. We have to look at epidemiologic data, but the data today, both in adults and children, don't point to these causing cancer.
The American Cancer Society says there is very little evidence to support the idea that being near a cell tower might increase the risk of cancer, but it also says very few human studies have focused specifically on that risk.
Do you believe the oncologists who say cell towers can't cause cancer?
I believe that everybody wants to believe our government. Technology is what it is, and it's growing, and it's growing out of control.
Ferrulli's son's cancer has returned, and he's now undergoing treatment. Prime's son Kyle is in remission, but he still undergoes scans every 3 months.
I've looked into his eyes, and I've looked at the fear that he has as a 9-year-old facing something, asking me, Mom, am I going to die? It would push you to fight as well. It would push any parent to fight. I won't stop until it's done, until that thing is gone.
For CBS This Morning, Carter Evans, Ripon, California.
She's right about that. The school district tells CBS News it has been in touch with the California Department of Health and has tested the school's soil and water as well. Now it is waiting for the results of those tests. But you can believe any parent will not stop until they find the answer if something is harming their children.
And it has to be hard to hear there's no connection while you're sitting here looking at your child who's losing his hair and is very ill.
Yeah, I'm glad they're testing the soil and the water and taking a bigger look.
I am too.
The phone company.
All right, Wonderful. So as we can see, let me take it off the screen share for a moment. Okay. So that's an extreme example of a electronic device that everybody's familiar with that we can't speak of much in detail because again they'll start to shut down channels. But that device represents all the smaller devices that are in our homes that are affecting us when it comes to prayer, meditation. And let me get back to the screen so we can continue. One moment, here we go. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and share the screen and show you all the rest of the information here. Here we are. Screen share. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass, where we answer questions extremely thoroughly, and we're gonna get into hertz and brainwaves right now. Okay, so there was a discovery made in 1992, and this discovery was about the magnetite, the same magnetite that we find in the human brain and the magnetite that we find inside of the animals that are actually using the magnetic grid field to maneuver and communicate. Very important, magnetic biomineralization in the human brain. Okay, so let me go ahead. They found that in the study of these hertz, that there was ELF fields of 667 hertz, and 667 hertz was marked as dangerous entering the brainwave field. Okay, they did this study on what's called mood modification. So they found out that these electromagnetic fields also modify the moods of people. They also modify the consciousness and the health of individuals. When you start getting to the stage of 7, ELFs of 7 over here, 7, 8, and 9 frequency mimic meditation, which this leads into Kamit's question. So they're in the electromagnetic field area. We're going to get into where that area is on the planet Earth. In this electromagnetic field of 7, 8, and 9, we find that ELF fields of 7.8, 8.0, and 9 produce anxiety relieving and stress reducing effects that mimic meditative states, which is actually what Kamit is doing and why he's feeling better around a natural environment as opposed to the radiation electric environment, which actually kill these and hinder and interfere with these waves and produce waves that are actually carcinogenic or dangerous to the human DNA. So they find that the electromagnetic fields of 7 are anxiety relieving, stress relieving effects that mimic some meditative states. It's been speculated that frequencies in this range may be universally permeating clock frequencies, carrying on which mind or conscious states can be impressed and which may interact with other life forms, which means that at this frequency or this hertz of 7.8 or 8.0, consciousness can be transferred regardless of space and time, as long as the frequency is the same in both areas. This gets into telepathy, which is what we're going to get into in a moment. Okay, so once we get into the 6 field or the 6 hertz, this creates what's called desynchronization. Desynchronization, which we don't want. We don't want to get into those hertz. So there was over 1,300 research papers to cite this, and magnetism to clinically help depression or bipolar order. So they use frequencies that can actually change the bipolar or the depressive state of a person without them taking any pills or medicines. Over here, I have the brain waves. And so let me explain the brain waves to people that are wondering, what are these waves that people talk about, the beta waves? So first off, the neurons give off sparks of light that carry thoughts. When certain neurons touch each other, they begin to glue to each other. They kind of look like stems or roots. And once they touch each other and glue to each other, then they create what are called mental links. Mental links and associations. That means that once you think of that one particular thing, the next thing that glued to it automatically shares the same neuronic pathway, unless you start to think of both at the same time. When there's enough neuronic lights that are of a particular frequency, they start to create what's called a bandwidth. So you have individual lights, and then the individual lights in a frequency, which means how frequent they are, start to create a bandwidth, and then that bandwidth becomes a brain wave. Okay, so here's where the sacred numbers come in, and one of the reasons why numbers were sacred in ancient times and dealt with spirituality. Many people understand that the number 7, numbers like 4, 13, these numbers are used, and they are ancient archetype type numbers that permeate in our minds, but when asked about them, where they come from, we can't really give an origin of how do these numbers affect our mind, and here's how they affect our mind. So we're going to start off with the frequency wave that our brain is constantly in, especially if we're constantly around electronics, which of course we're constantly around because they make sure that you do not put your cell phone down. It's always connected to you, especially if you have Bluetooth. It's always with you. You are communicating with cell phones more than you communicate with family members or people. Or as a matter of fact, you can take a picture of a family in a room and they can be all around each other, and each one of them has a cell phone looking into it individually, doing their own individual thing, communicating more with a cell phone than they do with their own son, daughter, mother, or spouse. So what happens when you're around these type of electric frequencies, combined with the religious dogma, subliminal messages, attacks through movies and television and commercials, and fear, it puts you in what's called the beta wavelength. And the beta wavelength, of course, is the B wavelength, but I told you that the matrix is based on the number 13 and the letter B, which is why they end the alphabet in B. Alpha, beta, and why a beta male is a male whose manhood is taken away from him. Which is why the focus of men today is beta males. That's actually the focus now. So the beta wavelength is 13 to 40 hertz. Okay? So the negative wavelength actually starts at the number 13. 13 is not a bad number because of the movie Friday the 13th. It's not a bad number because of witchcraft. It becomes a bad number because it actually begins off the beta wavelength. That's the wavelength associated with worry, stress, paranoia, fear, irritability, moodiness, anger. Doesn't it sound like everybody we know? Does it sound like us? Connected to weakened health. Isn't that everybody we know? Immune system, fully awake and alert. Nervousness. That means when you're constantly feeling you're under attack, you're constantly in a defensive state because you're awake and alert, but the type of awake and alert you are is the alertness to protect yourself. That deals with the part of the brain called the reptilian brain, the oldest part of the brain in our head, which deals with fight or flight mechanisms, which deal with protecting. People spend most of their time in the beta state, which of course, one of the reasons why when you go to these other conscious channels, are going to a channel to expect information, you'll find out that most of the channels are based on complaining. So because the beta wavelength is the wavelength that we're into, unfortunately, when you get into consciousness, most of the people in so-called knowledge, their time is spent talking about what's wrong with the situation as opposed to what you teach. So most of this, once people come into so-called consciousness, they spend their time finding flaws in other people's religion, finding flaws in people, and other situations that are going on, like the New World Order, the government, Christianity is wrong, and all that's good, all that's true. But when you corner them and say, okay, fine, all that is wrong, what do you actually teach that doesn't deal with moodiness or stress or anger or irritability? What do you actually teach? And you'll find out that most of the debaters and most of the people that are in the conscious community don't actually teach anything, and that is a matrix that unfortunately we have fallen into. And that's why here at the Tehuti Podclass, you actually get teachings. You don't get a whole class of just bashing a religion or disagreeing with somebody. You actually get an actual teaching, information based on what the ancestors taught and modern science. Now on to where the number 7 becomes sacred. So 7 now becomes a sacred number, which is echoed all throughout the Bible, Islam, major religions. This begins the meditation state that Kamit is talking about. This state is activated when you're in a natural environment or when you're in a more relaxed state. You create the alpha wavelengths. Meditation, relaxation begins. Effortless creative flows. Powerful state of memory. Super learning. Harmonious, peaceful state. Okay. Notice that most of this has nothing to do with talking. Let's look at it again. So when you're in a nervous state of anxiety and you're in weakened health and you're angry and you're moodiness and you're stressed out and you're irritable, you're doing a lot of talking and complaining. When you're in an alpha wave state and meditation state, relaxation begins, effortless creative flow. Now you're in a receiving mind state, powerful state of memory, super learning. That means you're open and receiving information. You're not debating, you're not arguing, you're not saying who's wrong. You're not finding fault. You're actually receiving harmonious, peaceful states of reality. Habits, fears, and phobias begin to melt away, and you're in a tranquil, calm state. This is a state that you can be in while you're awake and while you're asleep. All the states after this actually come into a more trance or sleep-like state, which begins the sacred number 4 to 7. The number 4 now begins insight. This is the theta brain waves. Insight, inspiration, intuition. Insight, intuition, inspiration. Answers to important questions can be found. Feels like you're floating. A wonderful realm to explore. Dream-like imagery. Good for problem solving. Feel more connected to others. Make note of that. Feeling more connected to others. This is the state that you're in when you're tying into, we're going to go over the Schumann resonance. When you're feeling more connected to others, similar to what animals are, when they're more connected to each other more than we are, which is why these birds can flock together and change directions within a split second without chirping, without talking, without looking at each other. And because of their connectivity, all of them turn left at the exact same millisecond. All of them turn right at the exact same millisecond. This is the state of mind that they don't want us to be in. They want us to be in a disunified state as opposed to a state of animal unity. There's no organization out there today that is as unified as a beehive. All right, on to the next state now. The sacred 4, 0 to 4 hertz. This is the rebirth state. This is the renewal and healing state, rejuvenation, right? This is the state that deals with anti-aging or slow aging processes where you're healing because the only reason you're dying is because things and cells are being damaged. The more you renew and the more you heal, the longer you live. Thus, the rejuvenation, deep, dreamless sleep, very rewarding, said to be the entrance to the non-physical states of reality. Best state of immune system function, restoration, and health. The 0 to 4, those are the brain waves. So, the natural electromagnetic frequency in your surroundings heavily affects your brain waves and reception of information that comes from ritual, meditation, and prayer. I'll say it again. Ritual, meditation, and prayer. Thus, being in a natural environment as opposed to electrical is beneficial to answer the question, Kamit. This is why when you're in a natural environment, you are surrounded in an environment that doesn't have the electrical radiation that cuts off the natural frequency of the electromagnetic grid, that is the communicative frequency that can allow you to communicate to somebody from where you stand all the way to the other side of the globe. Okay, that is that screen right there. And whoops, let's get back to it. So now I'm gonna play 2 videos which are gonna discuss and actually show how radiation and electricity that's around you in your house actually affects biological life, starting with plant life, the oldest life on the planet. So I'm going to get into those 2 videos. Let me get back to the screen really quickly just to check something here. I'm going to take the screen off. Press 1 if you can hear me again. Press 1 if you can hear me or if you're enjoying the information thus far. Okay, I know Kamid is listening closely. We have some more to go through until we get to the next question. Press 1 if you can hear me or if you're enjoying the information thus far. Okay, we got a 1 from Ahati. We got a 1 from Jody. We got a 1 from Big Vapes. We got a 1 from Heka Kepara. Wonderful. You are all hearing it. We will now go back to the video. And here we go. Shout out to the 93 people that are in the room here to get information and not drama. Not anger, not insults, not name calling, but information, as they say. Okay, let's get back to it. I'll get back to the screen share to get into Kamit's answer. Wonderful, wonderful. Kamit says, Uno, and yes, it's deep. I'm going to start cutting off the Wi-Fi at night. Yes, that's something. Let me get back to the screen. Yes, that's something that me and my goddesses practice and do at night. I have a little Wi-Fi box, and most nights that I remember, I turn that off. And also, one of my goddesses, she actually unplugs it out of the wall so that it's off while we sleep. And if someone happens to be sleeping on the couch area or anywhere in the area, if I see them fall asleep, I will come in the middle of the night or come while they're sleeping and move the phones off to a little farther away from them. Never sleep with this phone like this. Some people talk and talk and talk until they doze off, and this is their new pillow, radiation. Okay, so we make sure we move those away from your head. If I see one of my goddesses fall asleep with a computer by their head or the cell phone, I will come in their sleep and move it away. You must move these things away from you, especially while you sleep. We actually take them right out of the bedroom. We don't even have the cell phones in the room. Definitely don't sleep with them on your chest, in your pocket, none of that. Okay, let's get back. We have more to break down. So I'm gonna go ahead and play 2 more videos, and we're gonna see the effect that this electricity and radiation has on plants. Let's get into it. Here we go.
Right, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Right,
hold on.
We have a tree here.
Okay.
Not a very good looking tree. All the bark's falling off. All on the left hand side. Look on the left hand side of that tree. Look on the right hand side. That's alright. Yeah. Right, well look at the right hand side of the tree. Look at the flower. Look at the bushes. Look at the green bushes. Yeah. Very nice. Look at the left hand side. Dead. Do you know why? Because that's right next to it. Look at this. Have you seen anything like that in your life? It's got a light right there. The transmitter on the top. Now, how is that? Explain that. The right-hand side of the tree that's not next to the transmitter, the growing away from it, is okay. I mean, look at this. Look how shocking. Look at it. All the bark falling off. All dead. Totally dead. Far too close. to the light. Look at the bark. All on the left-hand side, look. Look how close it is to the light.
Do my best.
These 5G transmitters are lethal. If that's what it's doing to a tree, right next to a tree, think about what these are doing to our health. Just think about that for a minute.
Okay, get to the next one here. And then I'm actually going to get here, go here. We're going to stop my cam. Okay, get back here. Boom, boom. Here I'm going to show where the electricity or the radiation actually is going to create a whole new species of creature out of a plant. There we go.
Hi, my name is Stephen McGee, and I am the author of Toxic Light. Today, we're here to talk about plants. In particular, how plants grow in electromagnetic fields. It's an area I'm currently researching. And this is my electromagnetic plant that I grew at my house. And the strange thing you'll see about this plant is that it's not supposed to look like this. It is almost completely different and unrecognizable from the plant that it is supposed to be. And this is the last of the original leaves before it went into an electromagnetic location. So they're much bigger. And this is what came up to replace it. And you'll notice that the leaves are much smaller and they're very, very shiny. The original leaves are not shiny and they're very patterned and very dark green. So this plant is somewhat of an alien species that probably no botanist would ever recognize because it doesn't exist in nature, it only grows in electromagnetic fields. So it's a man-made plant right now. I'm going to show you what this plant looks like when it is grown in a normal natural environment, because I have another one right here. This is the same plant, and this is what this plant was looking like before it went into the high electromagnetic field area that I grew it in. And that electromagnetic field was produced by my digital flat screen television, which I no longer use. I tested the television and I tested the environments that around my house, and I found that this particular plant was sitting in a very high electromagnetic field that was produced by that digital television. And this particular plant was not. There was no fields around this plant. And they've been in the house the same length of time, just different locations. So it's quite striking. And the way I detected those electromagnetic fields was by using a standard AM radio. And if you tune your AM radio into static and scan your plants by just simply passing an AM radio around them, you can pick up on the electromagnetic fields that your plants are sitting in. And if you scan your house, you'll find that your house is completely filled with electromagnetic fields by certain appliances. Digital TVs are one, compact fluorescent lighting is another, conventional fluorescent lighting is another, EMF generator, and computers generate high amounts of EMF, including Wi-Fi. And this effect that we're looking at in this plant, people are reporting around Wi-Fi networks. It's pretty extensively documented around Wi-Fi networks, and it's somewhat concerning that it's also happening around digital TVs that many people now have in their homes. So I would recommend that you understand your electromagnetic environment using an AM radio. And I have many YouTube posts. If you go onto YouTube and search Stephen McGee Books, you'll find the numerous videos that I've posted showing you how to track down these electromagnetic fields that cause these growth changes in plants. And as I say, it will probably extend into both animals and humans. So I wish you the best of health. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. Thank you. Bye. Hi, my name is Stephen McGee.
Thank you. From our last meeting regarding health concerns of Wi-Fi exposure in our classrooms, I need to continue with some important information, and I thank the board for this opportunity. First and foremost, I wanted to make clear again, because it wasn't reported correctly, that non-ionizing radiation is what the World Health Organization labeled a Class 2B carcinogen, not exclusively to only cell phone radiation. There is no difference between the radiation of Wi-Fi and cell phones. Only the usage differs, with cell phones and towers being regulated at the federal level. Wi-Fi is a completely intrastate device and is not governed by FCC guidelines. Otherwise, the radiation spectrum is identical to cell phone radiation. Here's how the dangers of exposure are related. Wi-Fi works as a two-way transmission in tandem with wireless devices. This two-way Wi-Fi transmission means that when the children have devices like iPads or other tablets on their laps or near their bodies, the device itself radiates its own signal back to the antenna the same way a cell phone radiates its signals back to an antenna or a tower. But instead of conversation length radiation directed at their heads, children will have for 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, a constant source of pulsed radiation directed toward their bodies. And the antenna their devices are radiating out toward is on their ceilings instead of a tower off in the distance. This is why iPads and iPhone manuals are instructing people to hold their devices away from their bodies and heads, because the close exposure and proximity is dangerous, and it proves there is a growing concern about liability. Next, I want to address Dr. Sheehan's notice during the last meeting that the FCC was reevaluating exposure limits to RF. If the FCC is reassessing its RF safety guidelines due to evidence and international awareness that their current safety standards are obsolete or under question, does it not make sense to you all that schools stop the use of Wi-Fi in the interim in case the FCC returns with guidelines showing the current levels of RF are unhealthy? We predict that they won't, of course, because it's important to understand that the FCC is not a health organization dedicated to the health of our children. The FCC's priorities are to ensure a framework for the unfolding of the communications revolution. That's from their own website. I personally couldn't think of a bigger conflict of interest in getting our marching orders about what's healthy for our children from a federal communications organization dedicated to serving a multi-trillion-dollar wireless telecommunications industry. In my child's classroom, there have been nosebleeds from various children in close proximity to the ceiling-mounted routers. These nosebleeds have alarmed their teacher. Nosebleeds are a common symptom of non-ionizing radiation exposure. Nurses will be contacted throughout the district to address these symptoms as possibly resultant from wireless routers. In regards to the Princeton study you keep referring to, with all due respect, it is pointless. Not only in light of their links taking you to pro-microwave magazine articles promoting electronic pills, but their studies revert back to the obsolete safety guidelines set forth by the FCC. The FCC never conducted safety tests for children, only for 200-pound men who were soldiers in the military. So the Princeton studies on Wi-Fi will become relevant only when they can produce studies directly related to the health of children, not college-age adults. They'll never be able to do that because there is no recorded or researched safe level of microwave radiation exposure for children. It doesn't exist, and it is against the law to experiment on children without the consent of their parents. Therefore, a moratorium against Wi-Fi needs to be instated and an injunctive removal enacted until otherwise verified. I've proven to you that you have plenty of information at your disposal, demonstrating the need for precaution around non-ionizing radiation-emitting devices such as Wi-Fi routers and their transmitting tools. Lastly, I will be emailing you all statements of accountability to sign and return to me by our next meeting. If you actively deny the existence of possible harm from Wi-Fi, that means you're confident in Wi-Fi safety. So, signing these statements is the least you can do if you continue to deny parents their right to make choices for their children's safety while attending school. I've also provided documents for your record to assist you in this decision, and some for the second time, including the newly submitted Trial Lawyers Association objections to the FCC about radiation exposure to children. Thank you.
Thank you. From our last meeting regarding health concerns of Wi-Fi exposure in our classrooms, I need to continue with some important information, and I thank the board for this opportunity. First and foremost, I wanted to make clear again, because it wasn't reported correctly, that non-ionizing radiation is what the World Health Organization labeled a Class 2B carcinogen, not exclusively to only cell phone radiation. There is no difference between the radiation of Wi-Fi and cell phones. Only the usage differs, with cell phones and towers being regulated at the federal level. Wi-Fi is a completely intrastate device and is not governed by FCC guidelines. Otherwise, the radiation spectrum is identical to cell phone radiation.
Okay, I'm going to stop right there. There's a lot more to that video, but we're going to stop right there so we can continue on with the information. I'm sure you all understand the point of what the electronic devices and radiation can actually do to your genes. Let me go ahead and get another mic check. Press 1 if you can hear me, please. Press 1 if you can hear me. There I am. You can see me. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1, press 1. And then we'll continue and end off and summarize this and get on to the next question. Press a 1 if you can hear me. Let me look at the room. There they are. Everybody can hear. Wonderful. Okay, let us continue. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Please, for those who are new to the room, send your support, ask questions, seek Ma'at. That is the Cash App, and this is the PayPal. Send your questions there, and they will be answered in most cases as thoroughly as the answer you're seeing here. And these questions are sent to me right off the bat. Some are sent the same day, maybe a day before. Most are sent here right in the Podclass. Let us continue with this. Here we go. So we're going to go ahead and do the screen share and sum this up and show you guys how the electromagnetic grid, when you're in a natural environment unaffected, understanding that is actually the key to understanding telepathy. Telepathy is not a form of what a lot of the conscious community calls spookism. It's actually something natural for our ancestors and us to do. Let's get into it. Here we go. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Michael A. Persinger. Right, Michael A. Persinger, let me get off screen, was an American-Canadian professor, psychology at Lorne University. Position had held from 1971 to his death in 2018. Most well-known hypotheses include the temporal lobes and the central chordate for mystical expression. Correlate with mystical expression. Subtle changes in geomagnetic activity. Remember, geomagnetic, geo is earth, and magnetic is dealing with the magnetism part of the electromagnetic field, or magnetism itself, which is the drawing energy. Activity as meditators and parapsychological phenomenon. The tectonic strain within the Earth's crust as the source of luminous phenomena attributed to the unidentified aerial objects, and the importance of specific quantifications for energy, photon flux density, and small shifts in the magnetic field intensities for integrating cellular activity as well as human thought with universal phenomenon. So I give you all, my students, the links and the sources between your spiritual beliefs and scientific research. This is necessary in this day and time because there has been a separation between scientific believers or researchers and religious or spiritual believers. There is a void and a separation, and even battles that appear to be opposing sides, when in actuality, the spiritual teachers in Kemet were called the Rek, and the scientists and doctors in Kemet were called the Rek, or the RX. They were one and the same. It wasn't until European involvement that the separation of science and spirituality became a phenomenon that didn't exist in ancient times. So your brain is programmed to believe there's a separation. So what I do as a teacher is I give you the scientific researchers so that your brain can break that mental matrix and make you and confirm your beliefs in the spiritual world. I am spiritual world teaching first, but I give the archaeological, anthropological, and scientific information because we're in a linear world where we need that to verify to others some of our beliefs, or even if you have an atheist friend or a friend who is just into science and they need a bridge, I teach people how to make that bridge. So if you bring Michael Persinger and the research he's done to somebody who just wants scientific information, they don't want to hear about the Purim Haru, they don't want to hear about the pyramid text, they want to hear, well, what do the scientists say? And by them studying this scientist from the Laurentian University, they'll get some confidence in wanting to delve more into the spiritual world. That is my goal, and that is why I refer you all to this type of bridge research. If I was just on a mountain with my students, I would never use any of the scientists. I would just teach strictly from what the ancestors taught. But I want to show you all that this spiritual world is real. It is not spookism. It is not. The focus now of the conscious community is to become atheists. And we were never atheists. We were never non-believers. We were actually the strongest spiritual believers and the teachers of spirituality on this planet. And all spirituality came from those sources in the Nile Valley, and then spread across the world. And everywhere you go to in the world, every ancient culture had a belief system in the spiritual world and the mental connection to telepathic ancestral contact. All right, let us continue with the research that was done. So here is some of the research that was done. So the experiment was 2 people were put in separate rooms. Each was surrounded by a computer-generated electromagnetic field. Okay. I use these computer-generated electromagnetic fields, and I walk my goddesses through them and my family members and those that I teach through them, that there are computer-generated or mocking electromagnetic fields or recordings that actually generate this this field around you. And here's what happened. So they're both put in the room. Light was flashed on one subject's eye. The person in the other room showed brain responses as if they saw the light flashing. So even though they were separated from the ability to see each other or see the light, because the electromagnetic field was going from one room to the next, the brain from one person to the next was affected, and they responded as if the physical action that was taking place in one room was happening to the other, in the other room. Okay, so here is what Persinger said about that. He said, "We think that's tremendous because it may be the first macro demonstration of a quantum connection, or so-called quantum entanglement." Quantum entanglement is something that's studied on a quantum level. There has not been much research to find it on a more physical or more dense level, but here is the study that's showing that this what is taking place in the quantum world that you can't see is actually being demonstrated here in the physical world. So if you're in areas of the electromagnetic field spectrum that is generating the same frequency, then yes, you can send thought from one person to the next. You're actually not even sending it. It is very similar to being in a swimming pool or a small body of water, and you pour something in that body of water, and you and your friend are swimming in the water. It's going to transfer to the next person because you're actually surrounded by the same water, and in this case, surrounded by the same electromagnetic field. He says, if true, there's another way of potential communication that may have physical applications, for example, in space travel. Okay, so this takes us to he found electromagnetic field can create mental states conducive to telepathy. Standing electromagnetic. Now here's where here's where we explain the grid and the areas of the grid and the Schumann resonance. So the standing electromagnetic wave between Earth's surface and the ionosphere, that's a distance. So there's the Earth's surface, and then all the way up to the ionosphere has a frequency of 7.8 hertz. Okay, the same as Dr. Beck's ELF wave. What is this area called from the Earth's surface to the ionosphere? It is now called the Schumann resonance. So when they study the Schumann resonance, here is from the article of the study from the Laurentian University, where they were studying a man named Ingo Swann, one of the best known remote viewers. Remote viewing is the ability to have conscious perception from one area to the next without doing an out-of-body experience. That means there's no part of your body that apparently leaves, but yet you can see what's going on in China. It's called, or Iraq or Jamaica. It's called one-pointed consciousness, which was studied and practiced by Ingo Swann. So guess what? Guess what hertz Persinger found Ingo Swann's waves would spike to? So Ingo Swann's waves, when doing this experiment of this remote viewing, would spike. It would spike to the geomagnetic field of the Earth grid's Schumann resonance. Thus, the remote telepathic communication with nature, prayer, is possible through the Earth's natural magnetic field. So here's the part of the article here where it says 7 hertz spikes were correlated significantly with the similarity of the drawing to the stimulus. So they would find, and here's the whole page for you to look at right there. Okay. So they would find that the best, the hertz that they were studying that you would spike to when you were able to see an activity that was taking place hundreds or thousands of miles away from you was the exact same hertz of the Schumann resonance and the Earth's electromagnetic geomagnetic grid. And once tapping into that grid, you're able to receive information or be a part of information that takes place at any point on the planet Earth, especially areas around those grids, and they would simultaneously come to you as they would come to somebody in China, Australia, Japan, Africa, Canada, all at the exact same time, simultaneously. Okay, so now the brother was asking about, he mentioned the bare feet. He says he feels better when he's bare feet. This is what Kamit said. He feels better when he's around nature bare feet. And why is this? Meditation, and is meditation and prayer better done bare feet? What do they have at the bottom of most of the shoes? Most of the shoes we're wearing now has what, of course? Rubber, because rubber is a good insulator, and rubber actually stops or slows down the transferred electrons, which is what the electromagnetic grid is composed of. So you have rubber soles on your feet, and you're wearing them, and then from the surface of the planet Earth all the way up to the ionosphere, you have the Schumann's resonance trying to go through you as a quadrupolar magnet, because you have centrifugal and centripetal forces coming from left to right, right to left, and also up to down, down to up, and you're inside of this energy field, but then you have on the rubber shoes slowing it down and blocking you with these shoes on. This is why when you watch most documentaries, I don't know if you notice, but go back to most documentaries of Native American tribes throughout Africa, all throughout Australia, you'll find that the ancient tribes are usually barefoot. Sometimes they would wear thin sandals, but in a lot of cases they would be barefoot. They would want that barefoot to connect or touch the ground and send that energy through their body, and they would be completely in connection to it, not have the rubber sole shoes on blocking it. Okay, so when we look at this article, Live Science, what if the Earth's magnetic field disappeared? It wouldn't be great, but it wouldn't be like a disaster movie either. And it says here at the bottom, around Earth is an invisible magnetic field, traps electrons and other charged particles. So of course, if the Earth's electromagnetic field has these electrons moving through it, and then you have rubber on, you got your cell phone on, you got your laptop in your lap, you got everything to block it, and you take no time away from all of these things to go do some type of ritual meditation, then of course most of your life you'll be blocked and trapped in the beta wavelength. So let's look back into a time when this didn't exist. Right here. Here we go. So we'll go back to 2500 BC, sculpture relief in Kemet right here, the mastaba as they call it, of Ankh-Hotep. These are real archaeological finds. This is not religion. This is not words in a Bible. This is not religious opinion. This is actually what our ancestors left for us. Do you see the sisters here? Do you see the sisters here? And do you see the sister's hair? Do you see the sister's hair and do you see the sister's hair? You see that? Okay. So, of course, they have their hands up in the symbol and look at their feet. And, of course, when you look at their feet, they are barefooted doing the rhythmic ritual dance going back 2500 BC of Ankh-Hotep. See the bare feet? Now we go down here. We'll go to the 7 female professional dancers painting mural and what they call thieves in the fresco of the tomb at Thebes of Egypt. And you see them doing their ritual spiritual dance. And you look at their feet. And of course, when you look at the feet, they are barefooted, doing their ritualistic spiritual practice barefooted. The Kemetians had full ability to make shoes. Actually, some of the oldest shoes in archaeology have been found. They're not shoes though. They're actually more sandals. Have been found in Kemet, and they would wear them. And then when they go to the ritualistic dance, in a lot of cases, they would purposely take the shoes off or the sandals off, and they would do their ritualistic practice and their dance. Let's go to a popular image of the beautiful sisters here. Okay, the beautiful sisters here that had no problem dressing like this, because in Kemet, you know what's interesting is that in an environment that we are in now in this matrix, where sisters have to be covered because of the desires of men, this is where you find the most rape cases. In environments such as the Dogon tribe, where the sisters actually walk around nude, you don't find the rape cases. So here we are in Kemet, where the sisters are uncovered. They're wearing see-through garments. Their breasts are out. It is not called nudity. There's no problem with it. They're actually exposing their sexuality because Kemet was a country of sex magic and clear sexual understanding of the spiritual world, because the sexual world and the spiritual world are inseparable. So you would see the women here, and again, take a look at their feet as they play the harps, as they play their music. You see them naked or in see-through garments, and you see their feet, and they purposely no shoes on as they do these rituals. Young women musicians and girl dancer. This is 1450 BC. Located USA, New York, Metropolitan Museum of Art, from the tomb of the Jur-Surka Re Seneb in Kemet. The places the two musicians in the middle have been restored. This is archaeology. This is how our women looked. This is how our people looked when they did their ritual, when they did their dance. And yes, they would be seen as bare feet, barefooted. Along the Nile, we have many examples of ritual dance being done barefoot, keeping our connection to the earth. As opposed to now, we think it's cool to wear basketball shoes. And so now our mentality is so warped that we actually have conversations about basketball shoes and sneakers. And basketball shoes and sneakers are not good for your feet. They're actually made to play basketball. Okay, so people started imitating the basketball players. So they started wearing the shoes of Michael Jordan and the other basketball players, not understanding that those shoes are not made as regular walk-around shoes. They were made for the basketball courts. And now we brag about, do we have the latest? I don't even know the names of the shoes. Do we have the latest $200 shoes on? That is what the minds of our people are on now. And we're not even playing basketball. So here's what the ancients did, and this is the reason why they did it. So Kamit, that is the answer to your question, my brother. Hope I answered it thoroughly. So yes, this is the reason why you feel this way when you're around nature as opposed to around to electronics. It's not just a feeling you're having, it's actually physically happening. It's scientifically proven, and if you continue it and find the proper spots on the planet and find even generated electromagnetic grid sounds, you can also develop your telepathy and your spiritual powers and spiritual prowess. And keep it up, my brother. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the question. That is how we answer questions on the Tehuti Podclass. Help support the Tehuti Podclass and send your questions in. Peace to you in that awesome question, and that is your answer, my brother. I hope you appreciated it. That is how you answer. That's how I want people to answer questions who learn from me. There was not one cuss word. My voice didn't raise. Nobody was insulted, and it was all scientific, archaeological, researchable information that has nothing to do with me, because all this information existed before I was born. The Schumann resonance existed, Michael Tillinger, Ingo Swann, the Kemetic images, all this existed before me. So therefore, it can all be researched. That is the difference between a religious answer and a factual answer based on multifarious sources. Let's get to the next question. It's good on the Tehuti Podclass. I am now seeing everybody's cash apps. I'm seeing them now. Did the brother ever come in? Beged Leisure? Okay, no problem. Let's see who we have here. Who do we have here? Who do we have here? We're going up now. Let me look in the room and see. I like to see if the people in the room are the ones that asked the question. So, let's see what Kamit says about that answer. Bro, that breakdown hit me like a meteor from Cyrus A and B. It didn't just hit him like a meteor from Cyrus A. It hit him like a meteor from Cyrus A and B. That's a different kind of feeling when the meteor is from both those places. So it hit him like a meteor from Cyrus A and B. I should have sent 227. Thank you, Type 72. Thank you, brother. This is what I love to do. This is what I'm here for. I do this until I fall asleep. I do certain things to myself, and it's the reason why I'm able to stay like this, and I want to pass that on to others. And if we have a whole community like this of just positive, logical energy, we can actually get things done in our lives spiritually and physically without all the friction and the fighting with people. And as you can see, the same way I am in the teaching is the same calmness I am when I'm in a debate. It's a mind state. It's something that I try to stay in. I'm glad you appreciate it. My brother Sinet is sending all kind of bombs and different fire things. Amun Ku Neturu sending, I don't even know what those things are. Oh, alumni hats and and fire is being sent. Thank you everybody for appreciating the answer. Let's move on. I got another hour and a half to go. We're gonna keep it going. Kamit is still sending messages. It would just 100 extra maybe next time. Maybe next time there'll be a next time. Yes, my brother, I appreciate everything. He said, the Spirit said you can still send it to 227. Okay, let's move on. Let's go. Okay, wonderful. We have one from the next one is from who is this? Jermaine? Jermaine, is that oh, yes. Okay, that's Is Jermaine in the house? Arcad. So many names here. So many names. Let me go ahead to the next. Let me go ahead to this and put it in the room. Let me put it in the room. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Jermaine. Are you in the room, my brother? Are you in the room? Let's put this as 4. We're getting through all these tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting through all these. Oh, all these tonight. So let me give him a shout out and put his question and his support in the room. Thank you for your support. Oh, you're Jesus. Everybody has like 5 names. Jermaine, Arcad, Jesus. Jesus is in the room. Jesus is real. Jesus is here. The Jesus does exist. Here we go. Okay, let me get to the to your shout out, to your support on the, put it on the screen here. Oh, what is this? It says, oh, I gotta erase something. Sorry, everybody, hold on. Boom, delete. Boom, delete. Boom, delete. Where's Begid Leisure? Why is this on the screen? Okay, let's try this again. Here we go. Boom. All right, so $7 shout out to Jermaine, who says, for what is a netter and our current relation to them? One moment. Let me get this off the screen. Shout out to everybody. Welcome to the Podclass, and thank you for coming through. We are here to break down information in a calm, logical manner. Hold on a second. I gotta get something from my brain. What is it called? Anthro. Bear with me, everybody. Let's see if this anthro. Okay. Let's see something here. Nope. That's not it. Organized. And one moment, everybody. Let me. Hold on. All right. So the brother asked, "What is a netter? What is our connection to them?" Hold on one moment here. I actually, interestingly enough, had a debate with the brother Jabari on this topic. This topic is a very confusing, conflating topic because of the assertions of people and their religious state coming into Kemet, or coming into information of the ancestors, and then merging the religious state and also the anger that one had. Let me look at the room when I say this. The anger, and let me get this off the screen. One moment, everybody. Let me put this on the screen. Let me put this on the so shout out to you, Jesus, for this question. And there we go. The anger that people had when they were in religion and they found out that it was false. So when people were in religion, when people were Hebrews, Christians, and other religious sects, actually sects and sex is the same word, but when they were in other religious sects and organizations, And then they came across some conscious people and some research. And then they found out that Abraham didn't really exist. He was an allegory. Moses doesn't really exist. Jesus didn't really exist. King David didn't exist. Solomon was taken from Thutmose. It's heart-wrenching to go through that because you spent your life really believing that these stories were real. So what happens is you get into consciousness and into knowledge, and subconsciously you don't want to go through that again. So what happens when you get into the knowledge now is you start hearing about the stories of netters and ancient stories. So as a form of protection, you immediately block all that out, and you start to just say, Heru is the heart and it's the will, and you start to make up things because you don't really want to take accountability to have that feeling again or get trapped again. So you start to just make up what the netters are. It's very important to understand the origin of netter. And the origin of netter is actually an origin that deals with survival and protection. So let's get into it and understand. I have this debate with Jabari. I'm going to show a couple things, and then we're going to get into the origin of netter, how it developed a little bit, and then get into what it is even more. So let's go ahead and do a welcome to Tehuti Podclass, everyone. This is how we answer questions on the Tehuti Podclass. Random questions. Hold on. Random questions that are just asked out the blue. How do you answer them? Here's how you answer them. Okay, so everybody can see the screen. This is how it all begins. I know people are wondering, why are we looking at this? What in the world does this have to do with the netter? Okay, this is a hollow-based projectile. This is how it all starts. This goes back to the Neolithic period, 7,000 BC. Some of them even go back further than this. This is the original projectile. Some of them develop into, instead of a throwing projectile, they develop into a hand tool, a hand axe. Now this one goes back, these go back even further now. These go back into the Paleolithic time period and to the end of the Pleistocene time period. An interesting date, 11,600, which is the date of the Younger Dryas. So from the time of Lucy, 3.3 million years ago, to the end of the Younger Dryas, which I've broken down many times, a very important, extremely important change of events in Earth's history, and an extremely important catastrophe which changed the direction of the world. This went from the millions of years ago all the way to that time period. It is a tool of survival, and it eventually became a weapon also. So a tool of survival means it was used to cut cloths, it was used to cut meats, and it's also used as a weapon. Okay, so this goes back to what they call Nakada. That's just an Arabic word. It's just the Nile Valley, but it goes back into the Paleolithic age. Why am I showing this? Okay, we look back at this. These go back 500,000 years ago. Here we are again in the Petrie Museum. I like to show the origins of things and how things develop into how things originated and then end up what they are today. We're back in the Petrie Museum. These go back around 500,000 years ago, and they start to look like this. And then as time develops, this goes back around to the time of the first Homo sapiens, again, 250,000 years ago to 90,000 years ago. They're taking different shapes, but you can still see the similarities within them. This eventually develops to the point where they begin to wrap this on a stick. And this becomes the Egyptian axe. This is the beginning of the term netter. Okay. We'll look back at all of them again. This is the part of the Netter story, or the origins, that are not really told within the so-called conscious community, because they want to just begin you off with the Heru is the heart, and the Netter is just within you, and it's all the spiritual, peaceful world, when actually the word Netter starts off with violence. It actually begins off with a cutting tool, and you'll see it develop as I continue. That axe develops into something more beautiful when they actually take the importance of the axe and dress it up with stories on it, because this axe for millions of years has saved their lives. It's actually provided food. It's actually protected them from animals. It's actually cut cloths, animal skin off so that it can be worn. It's been used as a protective weapon and a projectile, and now it can be carried with them along the Nile Valley in a stick form. And then it becomes used as an army weapon or a protective weapon against other forces, as we can see in the ceremonial acts of Akhmos in 1549. This goes back to the time of when the Hyksos invaded Kemet for about 101 years, and then Akhmos puts them out. But here we are again in the museum, and here is the ceremonial axe. That is a ceremonial axe. And here we are again in Neter Ahotep, and there is the ceremonial axe that you can see right there. Okay, so that axe we go into the pyramid text, the oldest known spiritual writings, and we find something very interesting in the antechamber, East Gable, utterance 243. And I have this blown up, and we see 3 of the axes. But those 3 axes are actually the word that's translated to as Neter, and now it means the gods. You see that right there? Em Neter Neb Inu Ka Epit. On the gods, the lords of offering, who examine the list of the offerings. So now we see that these axes that go back millions of years, or 250,000 years, or all the way up to the Younger Dryas period, and then develop into an hand axe, that now becomes the oldest word for what is translated to as gods. But they put the word gods in there. Gods actually hides what the original word is, because if you were to ask anybody right now, hey, is your god related to an axe, a hunting tool? No, the word God, when you look it up in the English dictionary, has absolutely nothing to do with this hunting tool or this axe, which is actually the word for the Neter. This is a... Oh, let me go back over here. Oh. And here we are again, statue of Ramesses VI, smiting the Lydian captive. And look in his hand. What does he have in his hand? He has an axe, which became a Neter symbol. I'd have to give you guys the truth and give you guys the origin. Neter, the axe originated, was a physical violence war weapon, beheading the enemy, not divine principles. I have to tell you this because whenever you ask somebody, what is the Neter, and you ask these people, they'll say, they are the divine principles of such and such. And when you go back in the original symbol, it's actually an axe that is cutting people's heads off. I don't know if that's a divine symbol to people, but it is actuality an axe that was used as a form of protection. Why do I bring all of this up before we get into how this became spiritual? Let me get back to the screen. How did it become spiritual? The axe relates back to biological imperative, right? Self-preservation, the oldest religion, or the oldest way of life on the planet, was preserving yourself. What was the best way to preserve yourself? And of course, the best way to preserve yourself was to have sex and to eat and to protect yourself. The axe was an ancient primitive symbol used as a duality symbol of life and death. A duality symbol, that means you have one symbol, it's an axe. Just like fire, just like water, just like the other elements, these are duality symbols that are used to kill something, but also can bring you life. So you have a symbol that has both those realms in it, both those planes or realms, both those realities into one. Extreme power. This symbol can take your life. It can also give you life, which developed into what the Christian God became. Here's how it became the spiritual Christian God, because God is that which gives you life. He gave you your life, and he can also take it away. He gave you your life, he could take it away. He gave you his only begotten son, and he killed him, and he brought him back to life. These are all duality symbols that came from the Netter understanding concept, the concept of life and death, and the understanding of biological imperative. That was what was important to ancient man before there was meditation, before there was any prayer, before there was a Per Em Haru, before there was any type of ritualistic anything going on. How do I survive, and how do I protect my family? Thus, that ancient symbol of Netter was kept in Kemet from way in the origins all the way to the end, because in our religion and our way of life, we did not separate manhood of survival, sex, from spirituality. That means that you can be as spiritual as you want, but there was no separating that from your urge of having sex, your urge to kill another to protect your family, your urge to kill an animal to eat or kill a plant to eat, your urge to hold an axe and defend yourself. All of it was wrapped up into the term Netter. Survival, protection, that was the Netter symbol. Then the Netter became divided into 3 symbols. Let me see something here. Let me see if I can I may be able to have it on deck. And let's see if I can have this if I have this here. Okay. I'm not screen sharing anymore, am I? I hope not. Okay. Let me see if I can get it. If not, I'll just pull it up online. Actually, I can find it in my Per Em Haru. Wait a minute. Let me see. I have to do all this manually for everybody, because this is not something I have pre-prepared. I just have certain classes on it. But let me go ahead and pull it up on my Per Em Haru and see if it's there. And then I can show you. Here it is, Book of the Dead, Per Em Haru. Per Em Haru. Okay, let me shrink it down. Beautiful. Got the Per Em Haru here. We're going to go to, and then I'll show it on the screen once I get it up for you. Oops. Boom. Okay, that's Goddess. And that's very interesting too. I want to also explain that the I keep finding the symbol was turned into the word God to take it away from the fact that it was male and female. I'm looking for a particular spelling that I can show you. I'm literally going page through page. Oh, let me see something. Put this here. If not, I'll just pull it up on, I'll just pull it up. Oh no, that's way too much. I'll put it up in the dictionary. So Netter is composed of 3 symbols, and it's NTR, and I'm, no, it keeps giving me the same spelling. Okay. Let me go to this. I'm going to go to, boom. See if I can get this up on the screen here. I have to do all this manually. And Hyro. See if I can find this here. Should be able to find it. Boom. Oh wow, no. Let me see if this is it. Okay, I'm just gonna say this audio. I'm gonna say this audio until I can find the visual of what I'm looking for. I may have to go into my book. Wait a minute, is this it? Nope. Nope. So netter is composed of 3 symbols, and let me I'm trying to find it for you. Okay. Can't find it right now. So netter is composed of 3 symbols, and that is the letter N, the letter T, and R. I'm going to have to find it in my particular book. Can't find it in the Param Haru right now. I keep finding it under the axe. But it's the letter N. And I'll do this one by one manually. Here we go. Hiero. I'll just do it literally manually in front of you. Hieroglyphic. Glyphic letter N. And then we can see how this relates to us. Well, all right, so here we go. I'm just going to go ahead and show you. I'm going to show the letter N, and I'm going to pull them all up. Hieroglyphic letter T. See what comes up here. Not that T, that's the wrong T. There's the right T. And literally doing this all for you all live manually. Hiero, because I don't have time to go to the dictionary. Letter, here we go. Letter R. I'm going to pull it all up. Boom, we got it. We got it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share. Screen share, and then we'll get into, where is it? Where'd this screen? Here we go. All right, let me screen share everybody to show you what I'm looking at here. And here is how you spell the word netter. Now here's the letter N. Right there. Now we're going to get into the spiritual understanding of the word, because the word is actually composed of 3 different elements that deal with creation. So, of course, when the ancient Kemetians are trying to explain the most primitive aspect of survival, fight or flight, biological imperative, this is going to lead to what creates us, because when we were discussing in ancient times what created us, we were literally looking at what created us that was around us. What was around us that was actually creating us. So the letter N dealt with waves. These are different. These are water waves, and they're electromagnetic waves. They're sound waves. They're any type of waves, and the Kemetians knew about all the waves. These also deal with the wavelengths of the electromagnetic field of what I just broke down with Kemet. And they deal with creation because scientists realize that over 80% of all life comes from water, that the earth and the universe is surrounded by electromagnetism, and the electromagnetic field is surrounding the planet Earth, and through sound waves is actually what creates everything. Everything is created with vibration and sound, and I did a whole class on that. I'm not going to do that right now, but we did a whole class on sound waves and how sound and these wavelengths are actually what create everything around us, whether it be water waves or sound waves. When you see something going up, down, up, down, up, down like this, is dealing with oscillations and frequency. Frequency deals with the word frequent, which is how many times something happens. 1, 2, 3, 4. So these are frequency waves. This is what created the English letter M and the English letter N. The reason why we have the English letter M and N is because of the word netter in the Medu netter. Okay, that is the N, and then the next one is the letter T. This is the letter T right here in the Medu netter on the screen. And this symbolizes bread, which deals with biological imperative because it deals with the most popular food that was eaten and that sustained people. This is why we use this term in ancient times, and we use it today to deal with sustenance. But we took away the spiritual value from the word netter, or the T in the word netter, and we now just apply it to what has us survive today, which is money, which is why people call money bread. So we have now bread in ancient times, which is sustenance, but the bread now is, how much bread do you got? What kind of bread do you make? And people are not even wondering, why is this paper money being called bread? Because bread is what sustained people in ancient times, and now today people aren't sustained by bread because you got Taco Bell and McDonald's and Red Lobster. We're eating all kind of different foods now, so now the bread gets changed into money, and that becomes your sustainer. And now money becomes your God. But originally, it was a letter T, which represented bread, which was sustenance, or the reproductive action of a woman, of anything that was producing. If you're producing, it'd be associated with bread and sustenance. This is where the Christians got the term sustainer, and why they say Jesus comes from Bethlehem, because Bethlehem literally means the house of bread. And I'm going to go to etymology.com real quick, and I'm just going to type in, because they say the Lord is our sustainer. The Lord is our sustainer, and when you look up the word Lord, guess what you see? You see a loaf of bread. Do you see there, ladies and gentlemen? The Lord, because the Lord is the husband who brings home the bread, the money now, and then Lord becomes from halaf, loaf of bread. A lot of people don't know that the Lord Jesus Christ was a loaf of bread. That's literally what Lord and loaf was, the same word in etymology, and that was that letter T, the sustainer. Okay, and this term became a term for reproduction. So thus, when women became pregnant, they would say, what's cooking in the oven? What's in the oven? And it was the bread that was in the oven, but then the bread becomes synonymous with a child. That is the T in the word netter. And then last but not least is this right here, which is the letter R. Oh, we'll put it right back here. The letter R, as you can see right there. This symbol was the symbol of the mouth, which was communication through sound. It's actually the same word for the word chapter or utterance. And it is the mouth, it is the reproductive organ, the reproductive ability to speak and produce sexually as well. That's why the word metu netter in the first part of before you get to the word netter, the metu is from the word met, and a met is an ejaculating penis in actuality. Met is also the word mut, which is mother, and it's also the word ma'at, and it deals with mother or reproduction. And it deals with this letter Ra here, because within this letter Ra is the vesica Pisces, which is actuality the vagina, which reproduces and brings life, just as your mouth brings life. And is one of the reasons why the area around the vagina is called lips, the same lips. And the life comes out of your mouth, and it also comes out of the woman's lips. And this became the letter R, which was Ra. This one wasn't the sun. This was the mouth, or the sound waves, the sound energy that reproduces. So when ancient Kemetians were describing netter energy now, or the supreme beings called the netter, they were associating this energy that flows. Let me get some water. Hold on a second. It's agua, water. The water waves, the letter N. Without this water, we all die, right? You're 75% water. Without water, you dehydrate. That's the waves inside the netter. So the Kemetians understood this. So thus, people and beings that were supreme were associated with this term. This was an endearing term that dealt with, let me take it off the screen share. Let me get back to the room here. Boom, boom, and boom. This was a powerful terminology that dealt with aspects of creation. This is where the big debate starts, whether are the netter beings or are they aspects of nature. In actuality, they are both. Now, the ancient Neter, the beings that the Kemetic people saw as the source of their life, the source of their creation stories, these were supreme beings that were associated with aspects of creation, because just like I broke down in the Kemet question about being barefoot and having the electromagnetic field pass through you and it passes through others, we understood in ancient times that if this energy passes through you, you are that energy. So thus our ancient ancestors that were so in tune with nature could have this energy pass through them, this consciousness pass through them, that they could be called Neter. They could be called this because they didn't see themselves as separate from nature itself. They worked directly with and through nature's consciousness. So thus they were called Neter or Netiru. They were associated only in the physical form, though, because this Neter understanding exists outside of the physical form. It exists outside of hands and legs. So our ancient ancestors, Ramesses is a Neter. Pharaoh Khufu, Ramesses is called a Neter. Pharaoh Khufu is a Neter. Osiris was a Neter. Heru was a Neter. All of the ancient ancestors in the past, they were called Neters. When you became a supreme being, you were a Neter. And when they traced back the oldest of the wisest of the supreme beings, it gave certain names as the oldest ones that set up Kemet in the time of the Zep Tepi. You can become a Neter by involving yourself in the Ma'at spirituality and removing yourself from the matrix. The responsibility is on you. So I study the ancient Neter. I study the ancient men of the past. I study the ancient women of the past. They were all the Neter. Those were Neter beings, to see how in tune I can become with that type of science and understanding, so this I can become a Neter. The Neter are never supposed to end. It's not something that's just in the past that ends. It only ends when you stop it within yourself. It takes a lot of work, but you can become a Neter, a supreme entity. And you can communicate. What's the Neter's relationship to us? Once you step into that realm of out-of-body experience that I teach about, once you step into that world of the electromagnetic grid where you can communicate with things that are not necessarily in front of you, then you can communicate with ancestors that are still communicating in that realm, and those ancestors are the Neter. For further dialogue, because we have a lot more questions, there's a lot more breakdowns and understanding of the Neter, because there are literally thousands and thousands and thousands of beings that were called Neter. It was actually a common term in Kemet for a supreme wise being that reached a certain level. Ptahhotep. Ptahhotep is a Neter. He's one of the Neters. This was a term that was used in Kemet for supreme, powerful beings, and used also for the energy forces that surround us. But contact me if you want more specifics from the books that I suggested for you to get more on that, because of course there's even more than I just broke down. But I'm going to leave you with that for now, and you know how to contact me because you talk to me personally off of here. But thank you for that question. That is a little breakdown of the Neter from the origins of the understanding of the connection with biological imperative and a man and woman's need to survive, and keeping that physical survival concept into the spiritual, whereas Christians separated it. They said once you become spiritual, you no longer are sexual. So they gave you an opposite Neter. They gave you a Jesus Christ that never touched a woman. It was impossible to not touch a woman or a man and be one of the Neter. Being a Neter was a very sexual thing, so the European gives you Jesus Christ, a man who never touches the woman, and he becomes the highest of the gods. And the Kemetians would never have such a thing, and that's why the Pope can't have sex, nuns can't have sex. certain saints can't have sex. Jesus never had sex, but the Cometians wanted you to know that that biological imperative of reproduction, protection, weapons, and all that is all a part of spirituality, because if you don't keep yourself physically alive in that form, you don't have a body to do anything spiritual. You die. More on that, contact me more, but I hope you got a little bit out of that. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. So let's continue. Let's look back. I know there's much more, and I'm going to do my best to get through everybody and everything. So thank you, Jermaine, for that. I think that was a lot of breakdown for the $7, and thank you. I appreciate it. All of it. That is awesome. Wow, we have a lot to go through. We're going to make it. Let's see what I can do. Who's that? So we got Jermaine. Who's this? Is the next one? Dwayne Arunde. Wait. Am I at that yet? 1 second, everybody. I want to do this, everybody, in order. So let me see something. That was Jermaine. We have the sister that gave the anonymous. Okay, thank you for that. We have, what is this? Wait a minute. Oh. Let me see something here. Hold on, everybody. Let me see what this is. Okay, we have, I see Wes Rhett's question. I don't know if it's in proper, let me cut this off. I don't know if it's in proper order, but I'm going to, I do see it here. Wes Rhett. Is Wes Rhett in the room right now? Peace and shout outs to the lovely sister Wes Rhett, who's been learning for decades and decades. Are you in the room still with us at the moment? Are you in the room with us at the moment? Yes, the word netter was used by the Latins to create the word nature. They took the Kemetic word netter and they created the word nature out of it. It was actually natura was the word, and that became nature in English. Okay, is the lovely sister Wes Rhett in the room with us? Wes Rhett in the room with us. Is Wes Rhett here? I want to deal with everybody. Let's see. Let me pull up something here. One moment. Is Wes Rhett in the room with us? Oh, wait. Oh, wait. 1 second, everybody. 1 moment. Hold on, please. Get some agua, watered up. Paging Wes Rhett. Okay. I got about an hour left for me. Let me see something here. Boom. One moment, everybody. Okay. Did Baguette Leisure ever show up? Let me see something here. Hey, this is strange. What's this? Okay. Wait. Okay. All right, let me get to Wes Rhett. Okay. Ooh, there's a lot to go down. Oh, Baguette Leisure is here. Baguette Leisure. Okay, this is... Oh, my goodness. Okay, let me get to... I'm taking this... Taking this step by step. Let me get the camera back on. Okay, let's see. Let's go. Imagine what kind of dreams I have, everybody, after I teach these classes with all of this stuff I gotta answer, and then I gotta go to sleep after this. I got all kind of dreams of every question. Okay, let's see. Wasret, shout out to you, even though you're not in the room. I'm still going to. Where's so much stuff on the screen? Hold on, everybody. I'm trying to get. There we go. Boom. Wasret. Shout out to Wasret with. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna read it. I don't know what HSR stands for, but I'm gonna do my best with what I do understand in the question. Let me get back to the room. Shout out to Wasret. And she asks, let me get to the... Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where questions are sent to me, and I answer them as thoroughly as possible with diagrams, demonstrations, diagrams, pictures, images, archaeology, history, Bible, Quran, Perham Haru, anything possible, and I do not see most of these questions until you all see them. So this is my first time seeing this one. Let's see. This one is Wasret. It doesn't say Wasret, but Wasret asks, which deities created martial arts? All right, so the origin of martial arts we're going to get into. Shout out to Wasret for that question. The reason why these are showing up as like this is because I'm not getting the notifications from Cash App. One of the moderators is just screenshotting and sending me the screenshot. So some of your Cash Apps, if I'm getting them that way, won't say your name on them. Let me let's oh man, what just happened here? Hold on, everyone. What just happened? My screen in front of me just disappeared. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Woo. Here we go. There's so much. I got so much to I gotta be ready for these questions out of nowhere. All right, here we go. Okay, so martial arts. We're gonna get into the origins of martial arts, and then we're gonna get into the historical comedic origins of martial arts, and then I'm just gonna go ahead and give you the oldest deities that they source back to. All right, so here we go. I had no idea this question was gonna be asked. I will do my best. Here we are. Okay. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, everyone. And yes, it is my Earth Day. This is what I gotta do on my Earth Day. I gotta work. This is my Earth Day. Welcome. Okay, here we go. All right, let's get into it. Boom. So first of all, we're gonna get into. Thank you, Westward, for that question. We're gonna get into the fact of where did this term even come from? Because in Kemet, there was no such thing in even in Japan, in China, there was no such thing as martial arts. It actually comes from this guy right here. Notice how all the Greek deities look alike. This looks like Moses, Serapis, Pythagoras. They all look like this. Okay, but here's let's get into the origins of where this even comes from, because Kemet never had such a thing called martial arts, but we're going to get into fighting. So martial arts, codified systems, traditions of combat practices for a number of reasons, self-defense, military. It goes on, and then we're going to get into Though the term martial arts has become associated with fighting in East Asia, it originally referred to the concept-backed systems of Europe as early as the 1550s. So martial arts was actually never in ancient Asia. Martial arts was never anything ancient. Fighting systems were, but not martial arts. It actually goes back to the 1550s, and here is why. Because we have to understand that through white supremacy is very powerful, extremely, extremely powerful. It works in very, very subtle ways. Very subtle ways, but it's right in your face. So basically, how white supremacy works is they take something ancient and they rewrite it with their consciousness over scripted in it so that you can't talk about it, an ancient topic, without referring to Europeans who actually were never there. They did this with the martial arts term. So they took ancient fighting systems that go back to Asia and Kemet, and they overlap it with Greek gods and then give you the name of the Greek gods' new name for the topic, and then today you call it with that name as if it's talking about what the ancients did. Here's the term martial arts, arts of Mars. See that? So whenever you use the term martial arts, ladies and gentlemen, you're dealing with the arts of Mars. That's the reality of it. So either you believe in fighting systems from extraterrestrials on Mars, or you believe in the Greek god Mars, because that's actually what it's talking about. So one of the things that white supremacy does, again, is it overlaps its history and terms as the definition of ancient things. So now we have the arts of Mars. Who is that? The god of war. The god of war. You see that? All right, so we know martial arts. They argue the fighting systems would be more appropriate on the basis that many martial arts were never martial in the sense of being used or created by professional warriors. Very important, because there's martial arts systems such as Tai Chi, which I took, and other martial arts I took, which had nothing to do with being a warrior. It actually dealt with breathing. It actually dealt with meditation, and you could use the same moves in a fighting defensive system, and had nothing to do with you going to war. But of course, the Europeans, which is a culture, the Greek culture was a culture based on war and killing, they're going to take all fighting systems and they're going to call it the fighting systems of Mars, the war god. All right, so we find that what is being called martial arts today goes back to about 480 BC. Extensive development in martial arts philosophy and strategy emerged and describes Sun Tzu. Art of War goes back to 350 BC. So we find that this system here that we're calling martial arts actually goes back in Chinese history to about 480 BCE. That's well after Kemet was established, well after the Nile Valley. So we're going back to the time of like Pythagoras, Aristotle, and such. The ancient religion myth Mars pronounced, was the god of war and also agricultural guardian, combination of the characteristics of early Rome. He was the son of Jupiter, Juno. He was the most prominent of military gods in the religion of the Roman army. Most of the festivals were held in March, the month named after him. And here he is. This is the guy you're talking about, and you attribute whenever we use martial arts term. Okay, let's go to some origins now. Now we're gonna go to the exterior view, tomb of Keti and Bakit 3 in the area called Z3JW.TJ, which is a way of writing. They're trying to write out the metadata. So Z-I-U-T. That's actually what it would be called, pronounced. We'll explain why that is later. But we're in this area Asiut here, and we're in this tomb. And we go back to this tomb. Here we see these symbols right here. Here we see these men right here. And we go back to Keti. Okay, now Keti is a great governor during the first intermediate period First intermediate period in Egypt, 2181 to 2055 BCE. And here is Keti. Keti, which is symbolized by the front of a lion and then the arm right here. Who is he? The royal sealer, soul friend, king's acquaintance, who is in the chamber, who belongs to Nekhen, the overlord of Nekeb, overseer of troops of all in the secret places. So Keti is the overseer of troops or Kemetic warriors. Keep that in mind. He goes back 2181 BC, which is about 1,600 years prior to any known martial arts in Asia. And when we look at the walls and examine them closely, what do we see? We see all the judo, jiu-jitsu moves, the flips, the tosses, the clenches, the grabs. We see the face-offs. We see everything that we see in judo and what it would be called martial arts today. Here's even the hip toss, the suplex. We see the headlocks. We see the spin flips, punches, kicks, knees, everything. We see everything that we see in wrestling and judo and what's being called martial arts today, because martial arts, as we understand it today, actually doesn't describe any one particular fighting system. When we think of martial arts today, we think of kung fu, karate, but actually martial arts includes wrestling. It includes judo and jiu-jitsu. And something that I've taken for years, Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Shout out to the Gracies and Jacare, my personal teacher, and one of the Gracies that actually watches me teach and gives me shout out to you and my teachers, the Gracies and their family. And this goes back, see, here we are again. We go back to the other wall over here and we see the ankle grabs, we see the side kicks, we see all the moves of what would be called martial arts going back 2181 BCE on the walls of Keti, but is never acknowledged as martial arts. Here is where the white supremacy and racism kicks in. So whenever we think of martial arts, we always think of one race. We think of the Asian, Chinese people. We think of Chuck Norris. We think of Bruce Lee. But yet, if this fighting system is traced back to Kemet, why is Kemet never shown as the origin of this jiu-jitsu or this judo or this wrestling or the punches, kick, organized fighting under Keti, who actually led the troops to war? Keti's a real person. Mars is not. Let me say it again. Keti here, this is a real person. This is a historical being that actually existed. That's Keti. So if martial arts can be traced back to him, it actually goes back even further. But if martial arts can be traced back to him, why are we calling it after this guy? This is a myth. This guy didn't even exist, but white supremacy is so powerful that the name of the fighting system would be preferred to be named after a mythological creature, white man that never existed, as opposed to its origins, Keti, the god, the Neter, Keti, who was the troop leader that organized the fighting systems of these men, which is the oldest origin of organized martial arts. Remember, they said martial arts deals with soldiers and organized fighting troops. Well, here's your oldest organized fighting troops shown with a systematic fighting system. And here we are again. Here we are again with what they call the karate chops, the punches, and this is the martial arts. But they trace it back to the Neter Mentu. Okay? So, let's go here. fighting Ab and Rihu. Here we are in the Per Amharu to the deities using these techniques. But people say all the time that they say, hey, the Neter are just principles, they're symbols. But I'm going to show you Heru and Set, and Heru trying to grab Set's balls, which is a martial arts fighting technique, and Heru trying to throw poop on him, and all of these things that the conscious people don't talk about this part of the Nichiru, where there's actually fighting going on. And we find the gods are fighting. The gods are doing this. See? It said here we go. Osiris, scribe, Ani, triumphant for thee. Watch it after it had failed on day of the battle of the two fighters. So the battle, the Abba, Rehu. What is it then? The day of the fighters of Heru in it with Set, throwing excrement in the face of Heru, and carried off Heru the testicles of Set. For thought this was did with his fingers himself, raise up the hair, and it continues. But here is Heru and Set fighting. Heru trying to run off with Set's balls. This is never mentioned by anyone in the conscious community. Is this a spiritual principle war? What's going on right here? So we have Set and Heru fighting. Here's the Abba. If we look closely at the Abba, we see right here where I'm moving the mouse. You see the weapon in the hand with the shield. This was the Abba, the fighting system, or the fighters. The fighting, which literally was a man with a weapon in his hand, and the shield, but is shown with Heru and Set, going back to those Neters right over there. I'm gonna see if I can I would play this other part, but I'm not gonna play that because last time I played a section. Let me see if this is. I can't play any Ashrar stuff. You already talked to me about that. Yeah, I knew it. Yeah. But yeah, here we go. I'll play this little section, see if I can.
These are books in stone that our ancestors left us, and you see them with the stick figures for the fighting right here. Also, we see go among the Nuba, who their wrestling styles and compare their wrestling styles identical to those that are right there in Kemet. So we can see it on the temples of Kemet, and we can see the wrestling styles are identical to what you see in ancient Kemet. To retain our culture.
Thank you.
All right. So let me take out screen share. All right. So to answer the question, the netter that the martial arts or the fighting system goes back to was Mentu. Ashar Kwesi said something funny but creative once. He said it should be called Mentu arts, not martial arts. But it goes back to Mentu, and it goes back to the fighting of Set and Heru. Those are the oldest tracings of the fighting systems that were found in Kemet. And as far as accepted historical, we go back to 2181 BC with the walls of Keti, where we see all the fighting systems right there organized under the troops under Keti, who was the governor and overseer of the troops of Kemet. It does not go back to Mars. It does not go back to any Roman Greek god or anything like that. That is white supremacy, to take an ancient fighting system and rename it after some Roman myth that didn't even exist, when the real men who were doing the fighting existed, and they get absolutely no credit for it. But that's the war that we're in, right? That's the war that we're in, the war for truth and Ma'at. So to answer the question, thank you for the question, sister. I hope I answer that. It is, look up Mentu and Heru and Set. Those are the oldest fighters that we find. And as far as archaeological historical, Keti Hotep, 2181 BC, predating martial arts in China, which is only 480 BC and 380 and 250 BC. The 250 BC in China, which is after Alexander already conquered Kemet. 2,000 years prior to that, we were doing the ancient fighting system. So it goes back to Nile Valley, and as I showed the video, they're still doing the same fighting system along the Nile Valley to this day. Peace and love. Thank you for that question, and hope I answered it. Boom. Let's get on to the next. Now, where is Beget Leisure? We're about to get into it. Beget Leisure, you hear? I'm about to Beget Leisure. That's Meshach. Yes. Beget Leisure. You say, oh, my brother here. Congo, Silos Congas. Peace to you, brother. Peace to you. I know him. I see him sometimes in the Sonetta as a moderator over there. Peace to you, brother. And he plays the drums. All right. So we go back to see, this is why Tehuti is like a beacon in the Matrix. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Micha. Okay. You here, my brother? Are you here? Are you here? Are you here? There he is. Yes, bro. Deep truth. Glad you appreciate it. Let's get into it. I may have to end off with this, but I have so many that you all sent. I may have this podcast go. This may be the longest podcast ever. This may be the longest podcast ever. Okay? So, let's get into it. Yeah, Rigo, peace. Okay, everybody, before I get into it, I'm going to take a 2-minute break, a 3-minute break. I have to take a little break, step away for a moment, and as I step away, I'm going to put on one of my favorite videos for you as I step away. And one of my favorite videos is a Bible video. Let me go ahead and so much going on here. All right, there's Kemet. There's here we go. I'm going to put this on, and I shall be right back. In about 3 minutes, you guys will enjoy the video. These are going to be my break videos. These are some of my favorite videos. These are the cartoons that Tehuti watches. If you want to know, does Tehuti watch cartoons? Yes, I watch cartoons, but these are the kind of cartoons that I play for me and my family. So I'm going to let you guys see this in a moment, and I'll be right back in just a minute. Okay, that's my cam. We're going to go screen share. See how that looks. Did it share? Boom. And Put on my break video. And here we go. These are my... I'll be right back.
The Holy Bible, the King James Version. The second book of Moses, called Exodus, chapter 21. Now these are the judgments which thou shalt set before them. If thou buy an Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master have given him a wife, and she have borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him unto the judges. He shall also bring him to the door, or unto the doorpost, and his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. And if a man sell his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the men servants do. If she please not her master, who hath betrothed her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed. To sell her unto a strange nation he shall have no power, seeing he hath dealt deceitfully with her. And if a man smite his servant or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall be surely punished. Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money. And if a man smite the eye of his servant, or the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake. And if he smite out his manservant's tooth, or his maidservant's tooth, he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake.
All right, I am back. Some Bible stories for you in our intermission. Hope you enjoyed the Bible. All right, let me get a mic check if I can be heard. Press 1. I can be heard. Press 1. Wonderful. Awesome. Glad you enjoyed the Bible. We will have a Bible section break. Every time I take a break, you all will learn more and more about the Bible. That one was about slavery and servants, and whether you get to keep your wife or give your wife to your master or get an ear piercing. Okay. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Okay, let's get into it. They took them off. What's the link to these cartoons? I'll look for the secondary link because the original person who had these, his name was Ali43, and they were removed. I don't know what the story was behind them, but these are things that I've had for about 12 or so years, and they're not there on the original sites anymore. So, but I have them personally. All right. Okay. All right, let's get into it. Let's get into it. This one's 10:18. Let's go. We're going to keep going. Let's go. It's going to be the craziest Podclass. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass. Yes, it is my Earth Day. Send your support. Send your love. Send your questions in. Ask questions. Seek ma'at. This is the supports. If you want to send in donations or anything for the support, for questions, you can send them in there. This is the PayPal. Moderators will direct you in the chat as to how you can support. Send in your questions or just send in your donation support. Support this. If you support this half as much as we have supported Doritos and bubble gums, we will be on our way. Okay, let's go. Here we go. So we're gonna go to where is Beged Leisure. He's been waiting for this for about 2 weeks or so. 2 weeks or so. Let me see if I can get to him. I will get to him. Here we go. We're gonna get to him right now. Oh boy. Oh man. Beged Leisure, you ready, brother? Here we go. I'm gonna put you on the screen. This is a man that is extremely interested in reptilian involvement and reptilian interactions, and just dealing with things that deal with reptilian type creatures that are on the planet Earth, or people imitating reptilian type creatures on the planet Earth. There's many things going on. There are people that worship reptilian type creatures, so they dress up and do things to themselves to look like reptilians. And there are also beings that are here that are unexplained to the regular person. And some of the reptilians that are on the planet Earth are normal, natural things found in anthropology. Normal natural things found. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Normal natural things found in anthropology. Let's get to it. So the brother asked, I'm gonna do a screen share, and he asked this question. And when he asked this, I smiled because this was something that I used to watch. I don't know if you all used to remember this, but here is this brother's questions here. He sent $26.64. He actually sent $30. Let me tell everybody this too. When you're gonna send a PayPal to me, do not send it as business, because if you send it as business, they take out money out of it. So Beged Leisure, shout out to you. He actually sent $30, but maybe because he put business, it turned into $26.64. So when you send it, don't send it as business, or they will extract money out of it. So here is the question. Shout out to Micha or Beged Leisure. He has different names, but he says here, peace, Tehuti. I used seals before I saw myself. I used seals before, and I saw myself being created by our ancestors before, thanks to the comedic explanation. Comedic explanations, I guess, about it. But can you talk about humanoid reptilian beings like in the movie V? Can I talk about humanoid reptilian? What is this brother talking about? Some people may be asking, what is this man talking about? Let's go back into memory lane under the movie V. Let's see if they even still have this. Though they have V for Vendetta. See, it's probably not even movie V. This is really old, ladies and gentlemen. I used to watch this as a child. I think it was just called V. Alien. I don't know. It was just called V though. V. See, now it's a whole bunch of different things. It was this. Here it is. It was this, but this is the new one, 2009. V series. We'll put the V series. See if we can get back to the old one, just so we can see what the brother is talking about here. V series, 1984. Wow, I remember this. Do you guys remember her in the V series? Wow, this brings back memories. V series. Here it is right here. It is in Wikipedia. It used to be the symbol here, V. V is an American science fiction television series, and it is about reptilian humanoids that are on the planet. This TV show was awesome. I remember it clearly. Let me just see if let me see something. V series. Let's see if it pops up on here, because I'd like to see. Yes, Oh my goodness, just for people to see. I'm just going to play a couple little clips of it. If you guys can see. Now, not the whole 9 minutes, but just to see the VC. Oh my. This was the best show.
Behind the alien's visit to Earth, and a beautiful and brave young scientist fighting for the very survival of the human race. Together they take you on a fantastic journey to meet the visitors. Prepare yourself for a television event that's out of this world. Prepare for V. Next.
V. It was 1983. Why does V still now?
So anyways, V was an awesome show. Man, oh man, let me get it off this. This is Memory Lane. This was awesome. I'm just trying to see where the section is. There it is. The section where they no.
Get matched with a dedicated tax expert.
Where they eat the rats. There was the black man in it. I remember this. Wow. Come on, show the rats. Yeah, here we go. They take off their skin, the reptilians underneath. This was the best. Oh man.
Oh, because I just guess it's my nature, Doug. Well, I can change your nature, Julie.
I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but this was. I was trying to find the rat one. Yeah, is this it? The rat. Look at the plates of rats. Oh man, sorry, ladies. This is just a memory thing for me. Look, they're eating the rats. I think this is the rats. This is the best. Anyways, let me get it off this. All right, let me get off this. That was the best show. I'm actually gonna go download the whole series again. I haven't seen that since I was a baby. That is so this was where so just in case you want to know what is the brother talking about, that's what he's talking about. Reptilians like in the movie V. Now let's get serious. Let's get serious here because of course whenever they make these television shows, the whole purpose is to pacify people from the actual reality of what's happening. And so when somebody brings you the reality, it's reversed. They say, "Oh, you got that from the TV show." When in actuality, the TV show got it from somewhere else, but we see the TV show first. Let's go into Encyclopedia Britannica. Let me do another room check really quickly. Hold on a second. Room check. Let me do a room check really quickly. I'm going to look in the room. Make sure you guys can see here because we're going to get into it. You guys remember that? I see people laughing. Yeah, this was the classic. V was the classic. The classic first reptilian show. It was V and there was one called They Live. Okay, let's get into it here. They Live these are incredible shows. These were awesome. All right, so we're back to now Encyclopedia Britannica. We're into Dagon. If you guys can refer to a class that I did on the Pope and the reptilian architecture and the Catholic religion actually originating and worshiping reptilian type imagery to this day actually. So it goes back to Dagon. They say a Semitic god, but Dagon spelled Dagon, West Semitic god of crop fertility. Make note of that. Worshipped extensively through the Middle East. Dagon was the Hebrew and Ugarit equivalent, common noun for grain. Understand that, ladies and gentlemen. It's very important for grain. The god Dagon was a legendary inventor of the plow. His cult attested as early as 2500 BC, according to the text found in the Ras Shamra Ugarit. He was the father of the god Baal. Dagon had an important temple in Ras Shamra and Palestine. So Dagon goes back to a god, well, they say a god, but it goes back to the imagery of a fish or reptilian type, amphibious type man that was worshipped and respected for thousands and thousands of years, up until this day, when people brag about an ancient African tribe which still exists today that states clearly that they were taught by what is called the Dogri. The Dogri are the water beings that taught them about Sirius A and B. And we brag to this day about how the Dogon tribe discovered Sirius A and B prior to modern day astronomy. They actually didn't discover Sirius A and B. That's not what the Dogon said. The Dogon said they were taught about Sirius A and B. Now that they discovered it, they were taught. Who were they taught by? The Dogri, and they're called the Dogon. Dogon and Dogon is the exact same thing. When you ask them who is the Dogon or the Dogri, they'll say a water type, amphibious type group of beings that taught them, which is exactly the description of the Dogon that goes back 2500 BC. This is before the movie V. This is before things were funny. This is before Hollywood turned these things into common, either comedy or something that you don't take serious. The cults of these beings and the Dogons take their beings extremely serious. And I want you to know that this Dogon is grain. Now, there is a group here today, and I'm going to go ahead and play this. There's a group here today that is under the guise of teaching religious spirituality. And I'm going to play the video, and I want you to guess what the group is actually called, and then we're going to get into it right here. Let's go ahead and play this.
The Universal Grain, a fundamental social research project by ALLATRA International Public Movement. Unique, one of a kind, international social research initiated and carried out by people themselves. In more than 140 countries of the globe, people of various nationalities, religions, and occupations all over the world join this large-scale research. Collaborative research, translations, international interviews, sociological surveys, web conferences, video comments by scientists and experts from different countries of the world, international cooperation and mutual understanding. The common goal: to reveal the universal grain of spiritual knowledge by studying common primordial spiritual grains from primary sources of world religions and scientific works, to find possibilities and options in leveling manifestations of the spiritual and moral crisis in the context of globalization, to show the characteristics of the spirit of unity and the contradictions of consciousness in the spiritual heritage of human civilization, to find the common social and spiritual moral factors of consolidating the world community. What is the meaning of the human's life? What lies at the foundation of all religions and sacred scriptures of the world? What unites all people on earth? Large-scale research conducted by the participants of ALLATRA International Public Movement based on the keys of the primordial knowledge. People from all over the world share their innermost feelings about the spiritual truth. What main choice faces humanity and each person today? In the video, The Universal Grain, Part 1, The Choice.
Let's go back to the
International Social Research Project, The Universal Grain, is the...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so here we see there is a movement. You all have probably never heard of this, but there is a movement, a very large movement on the planet right now called the ALLATRA, and their symbol is, of course, a symbol that looks like the letter V, and it's an ALLATRA group, and they call themselves the movement, the Universal Grain. the universal grain. We're going to get into this in a moment to see who they are and what they're actually representing themselves as. Here's the Alatra. So they have two different channels because there's a Russian and then there's an English one. The Alatra TV English, the answers to main questions asked by atheists, believers, priests. Their goal is to unite everybody under this Alatra. They have Igor, Danilev, Zana, Tatiana. So people who inspire to find the path of true immortality, black and white. They made sure they had to put that. What is true immortality and how to attain during one's life without intermediaries? Particularities of consciousness work, its trick and filters on the spiritual path, consciousness, branding in the systems of the incubator, how to become free from the shackles of the system and gain spiritual love. Program features the movie Atlantis and anyways, it continues. So they're called, as we look here, this group is called the Universal Grain. The movement is called the Universal Grain. The video sections are called the Universal Grain. Okay, let's look and see what is going on here. Here is their symbolism. The Alatra International Movement, Public International Movement, and here is their symbol, which is a circle and a crescent underneath it. And they're coming under the guise of unifying everyone under this universal religion, which combines everything all together to create conditions for an efficient implementation of social, cultural, and socially significant inactivities. So this is them, the Alatra. Let's examine who they are closely. And here we go. They don't go back to America. It goes back to this over here. Okay? That's the Alatra Center there. Okay? Now, interestingly enough, the group starts, and right off the bat, we go to the early beginnings. We go to June 2013. 2013, and already their views on their channel, look how many views they have. 22,882,805 views just joining, and this is their views already off the bat. Millions and millions of people supposedly already following this thing. Let's go back to the origin again. Look at this symbol here, and I'm going to show you how they're taking these ancient symbols. These are archetypal symbols, which I break down all the time. That means when the mind sees these symbols, they automatically feel familiarized with them because these are ancient symbols of geometry. Geometry and gematria is the same word, actually. Of geometry that goes back to nature and goes back to now Valiant Kemetic symbolism, that when you see them, you become familiar. You have the circle and the crescent. Where does this go back to? Well, of course, it goes back to Tehuti. So they're taking the ancient symbol of Tehuti, and if you look at Tehuti's head at the top, we see Tehuti with the bird mask symbolism, Hebu, Kem, bird, and then on top is the circle and the crescent. They take the symbol of Tehuti, and then they make their symbol and hide it under this interesting word, which is Alatra. Alat is the feminine way of saying Allah, and of course they capitalize the Ra, showing you that this is a whole nother word here. Alat is one word, and then Ra is another word. Alat. Alat, which is the feminine goddess that goes back to Aset. It goes back to Alat, Uzzah, and the Quran, but it really goes back to Ishtaroth and Aset, who was a daughter of Ra, with the Tehuti symbol here and the crescent going back to this. And this is how they hide themselves under these symbols, of course not giving any respect or credence or credit or any edification to where they got the symbols from, but taking it and using it in today. Now we look at these look at this group here. We see these three people. Look how long they have 6-hour videos. 6-hour videos. It's mainly run by this trinity right here. Tatiana, Zana, and Igor. Okay. Now, this is 2018. Let's see if I can. 2018, here they are right here. And look at the views on their videos already. What number is that? 1 million views already. And this is probably a group that nobody in this room has ever even heard of. Yeah, they're so popular that they supposedly have already 1 million, over 1 million views in their videos. Now, I'm going to go ahead and show you these three and their video, and just listen close to what they're saying, and we're going to examine this video here. Okay, we'll see what they are all about according to this.
And who is Al?
Well, from classical understanding, it's
From the classical one.
God in Judaism. This is the supreme God, and the meaning of this word is might.
And look, now you're telling interesting things. After all, Judaism is mono-religion, right?
Mm-hmm.
It believes in one God, but how and where does the supreme God come from? But if we take, let's say, Judaism and read in the original, as well as the ancient Greek publications, which have survived to this day, well, people will be surprised by what is written there, right? As it is written there that the gods gathered under the leadership of El, and how the human allotments were given to the gods by El, meaning to the children of God, who later became gods. Well, all of that are, let's say, the echoes of ancient legends. We just told the truth, but the history of El.
Okay, everybody. So, interesting video here. But I want to show you something that happens in this video here. So these people are talking about El, ancient Sumerian gods. They have things called How to Be Human. And in actuality, this movement is not a regular movement. Certain people in this movement, they're saying that they are actually not human. They are something else, and they're just here in this form. And I know a lot of you have seen these videos where the camera gets distorted, and it looks like certain people have these reptilian type eyes and shape shifting and things like that. But what these people are proud to demonstrate, they were first doing it subliminally, and then they started doing it openly, was they started showing a particular person, interviewing this person, and this person was saying that they are actually not one of the humans here. That's one of the things that made this group so popular and special, is that they had a woman on here who was saying she's not one of the humans. I'm actually going to fast forward the screen to a particular part in the video, and you guys tell me if you can see anything interesting happening right about here. So take a look at this woman here. She's in all white over here by my mouse. And notice she's looking up while this man is talking. And I want you to look closely at her eyes, and you're going to see something extremely interesting. This is not one of the videos where the camera is distorted and it looks like a fuzzy blur, and you've seen them all. You've seen all the shape-shifting videos. This is a clear video, and watch this woman closely, and then we're going to actually look at this zoomed in and talk about who these people really are and who they came out and said when they first came out, didn't say they were this, and then as they got popular, they just started coming out saying that they were, one of them was a visitor here. Take a look at this woman really close and look at her eyes, and just somebody tell me, and Be Get Leisure, tell me if you see anything interesting with her eyes. Let's look.
Well, all of that are, let's say, the echoes of ancient legends. Later became gods. Well, tales of ancient legends.
Her eyes did something extremely strange in this video. I'll play it one more time. And people started asking about it, and then they started emphasizing, and they they started coming out saying who they really were after they got these millions of followers.
Well, all of that are, let's say.
So, I'm going to go ahead and play something else, and we'll get a closer look, because they started coming out in the open with what they were. And here we go.
Уважаемые друзья, сегодня в студии АЛЛАТРА ТВ с нами уважаемый Игорь Михайлович Данилов.
Здравствуйте.
И Жанна. Здравствуйте. Друзья, хотелось бы сегодня побеседовать на тему...
Можно? Дело в том, что после одной из передач совместно, которую мы снимали с Жанной и с Татьяной, стало очень много обращений ко мне с просьбой, когда мы будем делать совместную передачу и будет присутствовать Жанна, чтобы я ее попросил моргнуть. Ну вот, есть у нас любители. Жан, по просьбе наших друзей, моргни, пожалуйста. Не так. Моргни. Спасибо. Надеюсь, вы довольны. Вы попросили? Извини, продолжим. Не так. Моргни.
Okay, very very interesting. They started coming out now. People started asking. They started seeing this woman in lectures and conversations, and her eyes were doing these strange things where her whole pupils were blinking sideways, similar to the people on V when they took their mask off and their eyes looked like snake slits. So interesting about this woman here. We're going to look into it. So first, let's get into this. Let's get into the Dogon, and what it really was and how it influenced people today. So what's happening here is there are people, whether they are just imitating the reptilian agenda or the reptilian imagery, or whether they are actually reptilians, whatever it is they are promoting the reptilian imagery and agenda directly in front of you. This is the Dagon or the Dogon imagery, and it's always a man with a fish body or some type of scaly body, and he's called Dagon, and he's also called Oannes. This is the Pope of France, and actually all the popes dress like this, with their arms and their hands in the same position with the mitra, and this is the Dogon symbol. The Oannes, as we looked again in the encyclopedia, Oannes in Mesopotamian mythology was an amphibious being who taught mankind wisdom. Oannes was described by the Babylonian priest Berossos, had the form of a fish but with the head of a man. Under his fish's head, under his fish's tail, the feet of a man. In the daytime, he came up to the shores of the Persian Gulf, instructed mankind in writing and arts and scientists. Oannes, probably the missionary of Ea, freshwater, the freshwater deep of wisdom, water deep and of wisdom. What's interesting here is that when we look up Ea is actually the Sumerian scientist. They call him a god in English because anything that was superior, they always say God, God, God. Ea was a scientist in the Akkadian stories who was responsible for developing mankind or developing the Homo sapien. We're not going to get into him now, but among the temples unearthed in Meri was the temple of Oannes or Dagon, the fish god of the Philistines worshipped. So look how many cultures we have worshiping the Oannes and the Dagon. We've gone to the Akkadians, the Philistines. We're all over the Philistines originating in Crete, and this story of this Dagon teacher is emanating through all these cultures. But the interesting thing is that he had another name, which was Oannes. He was the fish god, or the Oannes. Oannes, the amphibian scaled water creature. Okay? So, I'm going to show you how this reptilian type agenda was pushed into your daily religious life as a child. Because the Bible you hold in your hand, and I used to say this a lot in 2006, which had the Hebrews saying they're going to put me in a body bag. That is a reptilian Bible. The God of that Bible is a reptilian energy. It is a destructive creature that is based on rape, killing, destruction, death, and everything evil is coming from the God of that Bible. And it is based on a reptilian type agenda. And you got so used to it that the reptilian agenda that's all around you became pacified to it. I'm going to show you how this Oannes, Dagon, became one of the characters inside of the Bible that we speak about every day. Let's go into it and take a look. Now, who is the one in the reptilian Bible that signifies amphibious life? I just went over this with this definition with one of my sons as to what the word amphibian means. To submerge underwater, to be born again. But an amphibious life is actually something that has two lives, a different life when it's in a larva stage, and then it's reborn again. The first life is usually in water. This is what they gave us as a Bible story. This looks like an innocent story, an innocent image, and there was always Jesus, who was actually portrayed as a fish, and then we have John the Baptist. We have this John. But how old is the name John, and how old is this Jesus story? It's only 2,000 years old if we go by the narrative that Jesus was here 2,000 years ago. That's where we can trace the word John. But when we actually look at the word John, where does the word John come from? We look up John in etymology. John, Middle English. Jahan. And look at this. Joannes, from the Greek, Oannes, or from the Hebrew. We have to understand that the Greek predates Hebrew. A lot of people think it's the other way around. Greek actually predates Hebrew. There's no ancient Hebrew. What they're calling Hebrew in the past is not even Hebrew. It's actually the Punic Canaanite language. But what they're calling Hebrew actually comes after Greek. So the Greek is actually Oannes. This is Oannes. Here is Oannes here. Does that sound familiar to anybody? Oannes, you see the Oannes right there? Oannes is the fish god, the same fish god that is a part fish or part reptile that was spoken about all the way back 2500 BC, now creeps into the Bible as a man that baptizes you and has you reborn again, and they call him John. But the name John in the Bible, in the John and the Jesus story, is only 2,000 years old, yet Oannes is 4,500 years old. So they change it to Jah is gracious. They change the meaning of the name to Jah is gracious, Ioannis. And it's just Oannes, the same fish god that they give you, but they give it to you now in the form of of this. It goes back to the amphibian. Amphibian is just amphibious, amphibia. It just means two lives, and that's why in Christianity now, under this new reptilian religion, under this reptilian Bible that we first have to pretend that you're a cannibal, right? That's what reptilians are. I have many snakes right now, and at least 4 of them are cannibals. Well, some are king snakes, some are Honduras tricolor, and they're actually cannibals. The most popular snake in Kemet was a cobra, and the cobra is actually a cannibal. It actually eats other snakes. So when they gave you this reptilian religion to pacify you, they made you pretend that you were eating blood, drinking blood of Jesus as they passed that wine cup around when you were a child, and then you had to eat the biscuits, and they said this is the skin or the flesh of Christ, and you had to reenact a reptilian cannibalistic ritual when you were a child all the way till you were an adult, and you had to eat the body and the flesh of Christ and drink his blood. And then when you accepted Jesus, then you'd have to go up to the top of the pulpit where they had a big coffin looking casket of water, and they would throw you under the water, and you'd be born again coming up out of the water, representing that amphibious life or that oannes. And they told you that the person that did it to Jesus, who was the fish, that's why you see Jesus' symbol and his name right here inside of the fish. The person that did it to him was Oannes, who they turned into the word John. Understand, there's no letter J in English until the mid-1500s. It was Euannes, and they put the E in the front, which represented Yah, and Yah was an old Canaanite god. And this became John the Baptist. It was an old reptilian ritual. Now, when we look at this John, we see that John becomes Jean in the French. And there's Jan, and it's actually pronounced Zan. You see it right there, Zan. Jean or Jean is actually Jan, and it comes from John. This created the term in Russia and Ukraine, Zana. Zana, which was a mutated word of John, or which was a mutated word of Oannes, the reptilian fish type god, becomes the Russian Zana. That Russian Ukraine. And guess where that group was called the grain, because remember Oannes, Dagon, was called the god of the grain. This new movement that's out, that new back in 2013 or so, was out. Their movement and their videos are called the grain. Guess where they're out of? Of course, they trace them back to Russia and Ukraine. The name John becomes Zana when it gets into the Ukraine and the Russian. Remember that. And there is the Zana again. And now we're going to go into the video of that woman, that reptilian type woman that they're depicting openly as a reptilian because they're introducing her as a non-human. They actually say that she is. And let's take a look at the name they introduce her as. Remember, this is the movement of the grain. The Russian woman shows reptilian eyes, and what's her name? Here it is. See that right there? Zana. Her name, here it is, and we'll play the video.
Можно? Дело в том, что после одной из передач совместно, которую мы снимали с Жанной и с Татьяной, стало очень много обращений ко мне с просьбой, когда мы будем делать совместную передачу, и будет присутствовать Жанна, чтобы я ее попросил моргнуть. Ну вот, есть у нас любители. Жан, по просьбе наших друзей, моргни, пожалуйста. Не так. Моргни. Спасибо. Надеюсь, вы довольны. Вы попросили? Извини, продолжим.
Также спрашивали, вместе с просьбой моргнуть, спрашивали, много ли у вас...
Are there many of you on the planet Earth?
Ответь, пожалуйста.
Answer, please.
Да, больше, чем вам хотелось бы.
Yes, more than you'd wish, but fewer than you'd hope for.
В принципе, люди надеются на то, что внеземной разум, внеземные цивилизации спасут их опять вот этот поиск постоянного спасителя.
Извините, то мы так, чтобы немножко спрашивали, а много ли у вас здесь, на планете Земля? Ответь, пожалуйста.
Да, больше, чем вам хотелось бы, но гораздо меньше, чем вы надеетесь.
Жизнь неодушевленная. Условия для существования человека — это душа, сознание и личность. Сознание находится между ними. И смысл как раз стать живым.
И уважаемый Игорь Михайлович Данилов.
Здравствуйте. Ну, давайте, прежде чем мы перейдем к озвученной тобой теме, сделаем маленькое отступление для наших друзей, потому что многие наши товарищи будут чувствовать, что с нами присутствует еще один человек, но не видя его в кадре, ну, это может вызывать у них диссонанс. Будет у них простое непонимание. Жан, подойди, пожалуйста. Специально для вас, по вашей просьбе. Показываем, что она с нами. Поздоровайся с нашими друзьями.
Здравствуйте.
Как видите, Жанна с нами, все нормально, никуда не уехал. Я извиняюсь. Пожалуйста, продолжим.
Астрономии и космологии, в частности, о самой яркой звезде созвездия Большого Пса, о звезде Сириус. И вот действительно мы нашли тому много подтверждений, упоминаний.
Okay. So, I'm not even going to play this other. There's one more video, but I'm not even going to play that. So, let me get back to this. Let's have the screen share. So, whatever is going on right here, whatever it is that may be taking place, I can't say much more without... I can say that for now. I can just say that for now. But what we have here is we have a group of people from Russia and the Ukraine that are coming in the form of the name of the grain, which is what the word Dagon means. They're perpetrating the symbols of Kemet and perpetrating the agenda of bringing everybody together under the universal grain, just so that in the end they start promoting this woman who's actually named after Dogon, who is Oannes, and the way that you say Oannes in Ukraine is Zana, and that's the name of her, the movement of the grain, the woman who is over the movement, because it's always those three of the Trinity, and then they're continuously in different videos focusing on her eyes blinking sideways in a reptilian type way. This is the closest thing to that movie V that's happening. That's not a movie. This is not a movie. You can go, I put their information up. You can go research their movement. You can visit them. You can, if you want to go to the Ukraine, they have American movements. They actually have bases all over different parts of countries, and you can actually be a part of this this movement. But the whole movement is pushing the agenda that certain people in the movement are not human, and they're just here to visit us, to raise us under the grain, which is Dagon, and under this woman who is Zana, which is the name of Dagon. And the only reason why they started pushing focusing on her is because people that were going to the meetings that were becoming part of this movement, and I saw this. I saw them asking the questions when this first came out. They started asking what's happening with this lady, and when she's at these meetings and at these banquets and these their gatherings, how come every once in a while we see her blinking and her eyes are sideways? So they eventually started saying, "Oh, well, she is not from here. She's Xana. She's just one of the visitors." And this is the closest thing in real life that I've seen, and I wanted to show you this in Beget Leisure. You can go and research more into this. There's other groups on the planet that are imitating reptilians. They're imitating by dressing up, putting on the symbols. This is the first group that I've come across that actually has a living person that people can actually go interact with, and she's there blinking sideways, and they're coming out saying their movement is called the Grain, and that this woman is named after Oannes. So they're not even doing it subliminally anymore. But that is some information I wanted to give you, because you asked that question about the movie V and the reptilians and their involvement. And that is the closest thing, because everything that is out there that's talking about the people with the eyes shifting, it's always these blurry videos where the camera is shaking or it's distorted. But this is the clearest thing that I've ever seen, where you can actually watch a clear woman doing this, where they're actually they have their own Bible. That book that they're promoting is their own Bible of the Grain, their own. It's a huge movement. Go look it up. Go check it out. It's bigger in Russia. It kind of died down here in America, but they have branches all over the world. But I wanted you to check that out, and I wanted to give that to you, and you can do further research and see if any of the beings that you see are familiar, because I remember you said you saw some beings and you wanted me to tell you what they were, but because I personally didn't see them, I can't make up an answer. But I can give you somewhere to go look, where there's a whole group of these people that some of them claim to be these beings, and you can see if any of them are familiar. But I want to show you that, to just show you and everybody that there's people on this planet that are we don't know what they are. We don't know what's happening, but we do know that they're definitely promoting a reptilian agenda. But the real reptilian agenda is actuality the Bible. The Bible is the actual real reptile agenda book, and this is the reason why the Bible and the Quran, which is just the extension of the Bible, has caused more death, more killing, more wars than any book known on this planet. It is the book of death, destruction, and it generates hatred, killing, stoning, all type of things come out of that Bible, because it's a book that harnesses the energy of 66 and 6, which is the Christian. We just went over why 6 was negative because of the Hertz, but Christians actually take the number 6 and they say that's the number of the beast, the 666. And they call the beast the great dragon, the great reptile. He's the serpent in the garden. They keep associating the devil with a reptile type creature, and they're walking around with the book that has 66. It's been diminished to 66 books. It was originally more than that, but the most popular Bible that controls the world is the book of 66 books, and it's a book of complete destruction that ends in God giving a human to commit suicide and die for you, and there's absolutely no purpose of it. And the Bible is one of the most evil reptilian books. That is your reptilian movement on the planet Earth. So Beget Leisure, I'm going to leave you with that for now, because it is getting a little late. And Beget Leisure says wow, thanks bro. Yeah, go check her out. Go check out this. There's a lot going on in this planet. There's a lot of movements, there's a lot of things happening, and believe me, all of these religious stories and all of these religious movements all go back to something that is not attributed to completely human, and there's no problem with that. Even if there are reptilian type creatures on the planet, they do not necessarily have to be extraterrestrials, which I've broken on many times. That there's reptilian creatures on the planet that have been found through archaeology, anthropology. I have to do a whole class on the actual bones and creatures that have been found and that are real, and they're reptilian. They're right here on Earth. They never left Earth. They never came to Earth. They're from Earth, which was originally and still to this day. Earth is only 11% habitable by land humans. It's only 11%. That means that whatever God you claimed that created this planet, only made 11% of the whole planet inhabitable by man. The rest of the planet is water and uninhabitable by humans, so it's not a planet that any God intended for humans to live on. If you're going to create a planet for humans to live on, then it would be inhabitable to humans. It's not intended for humans to live on. We're just one of the millions of creatures that are evolving here. Most of the planet, in actuality, is water. Water, that's what it is. Only 11% is for land mammalian humanoids such as us. So we're going to get off of that right now, but there's your, he says, Hotep, thanks. Let's get into some more of the, I'm going to do a little bit more. I know there's a lot of you that sent in things. I'm going to get into a little bit more, and then whatever I can't answer today, which there's a lot that I won't be able to answer today. I see a lot of it. I'm going to go into the donations and such, see if I can answer a couple more, and then the rest of it I will just answer for the next pod class, because this was a lot today. This was a lot. Maybe it's because of my birthday, and I don't know, but this was a lot. Shout out to Dwayne Tavares. I'm gonna go ahead and save this. I don't see a question, but it's just looks like it's just a donation support, and it says stay woke. Let me go ahead and save this here. Okay, we're gonna go into here. This is a long podcast, ladies and gentlemen. This is a lot going on. That's a lot going on. Okay, so shout out to the brother who says, Dwayne, shout out to you, Dwayne. Arun Dai Tavares, $2. Oh, $2. $2.22 is a 222, and he says, stay woke. Shout out to you, and thank you for that. And we're gonna go into more. There's more. Who's this now? Let's see. That's the Tavares. This one is who's this? Anthony Drain. Shout out to Anthony Drain. Anthony Drain, who sends a birthday. He says, for Earth Day celebration, thank you, Anthony Drain. Appreciate that. Who is, A Drain. I'm going to save that. Shout out to you. I actually hope the rest are just donations, because I don't have much time to answer much more. It's actually after 11 here, but I will answer them for next week if I can't get to them today. Shout out to hold on, it's telling me to erase things. One moment, everybody. I am the engineer. I'm the teacher and the engineer. I gotta do a little troubleshooting. Go back down to Anthony Drain. Let's try it again. Boom. And there it is. Boom. Shout out to Anthony Drain. $20.72. I'm gonna think the 72 is significant, because I always break down the number 72. But shout out to you. Early Earth Day celebration. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let me see if I can fix this here. Hold on. I'm the light man too. Okay. All right. Shout out to you. Let's go on. Let's move on. That's Anthony Drain. Who else is next? Who's this? Oh, nice. Come on. That's that's back to Kamit again. Who is next? Kepara. Whoa! Whoa! Kepara with the... Kepara. Thank you, my brother. What is this? For the Ma'at breakdown. I don't even know which Ma'at breakdown. But he said for the Ma'at breakdown. Shout out to you. Shout out to Ajax. Shout out to Anthony Jackson. Shout out to Kepara. Let's go Kepara. Shout out to Kepara. Let me go here. Boom. Shout out to Kepara. Kepara is a dedicated person here. He is here. I don't think he's missed a Podclass. I actually don't think he's missed a Podclass. Wait a minute. Shout out to you, Kepara. Kepara. Did it show up? Shout out to Kepara. Kepara is awesome. He says for the Ma'at breakdown. Shout out to you, Kepara. I'm not sure which Ma'at breakdown Ma'at so many times, but whichever one you're talking about, you're welcome, and thank you. Thank you for the support. And let me give you, hold on. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. This man is giving $50. He is awesome. You get the hand clap round of applause again for the huge support and donation. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody, but really, I mean, these big donations. Thank you. I guess because my Earth Day. Thank you, everybody. Okay. Kepara, you're awesome. Let's go on to the rest. Let's go on to the rest. Who is that? We got... No, that's the same one. Who's this? Anthony Drain. Wait. Kepara, did you give 2? Hold on. Am I reading this right? No. Oh, wait. So let me go. Hold on. No. Anthony Drain. Okay, no, sorry, I'm getting names. Okay, Spice Island. Sorry, everybody. Sorry for a little mishap. Sorry, everybody. It's Spice Island, which is sea moss. Oh man, yeah, I'm gonna have to answer this next time. Well, I'll give a little bit now, but this is gonna be a big breakdown. Let me shout out you. This is my oldest student. My oldest student to date in the room. I have other students from that time, but as far as one that comes in the room, let me go ahead and put you here. And boom. He says, shout out to you, my brother. Oh, wait, that's the same one. He says... I actually would love to break this down. I'm going to definitely do this next week because I don't have the time. But this is one of my favorite topics for how does polygyny correlate with the teachings of like, is it of today, or how does polygyny correlate with the teachings? And it says of today. Okay, I'm sure he'll clarify that for me. He sent me a message. But shout out to you, Spice Island Sea Moss, who's also Golden 199. He has a lot of different names. I'm actually going to do this. I'm actually going to make a note of this. for next week. We're going to get into this. A great question. And you guys all know how I do things. If I put you for the next week, I begin off the next class with your question. But shout out to you, my brother, if you're still in the room. My eyes are getting blurry. I'm breaking down. I can still see a little bit. I'm getting tired, but here we go. Let's go on to the next. Shout out to you, Spice Island, CMOS. And this is, I keep going back to Anthony Drain. What is that? Okay, hold on. Who's this? Kepara. That's Anthony. Okay, I got it. This one is, that's Spice Island. Okay, good. I'm keeping track. We have Nito Campbell. Oh, my stomach is growling. Nito Campbell, who says he has a question. We're going to have to do this one for next week. Which is, we'll put a 10 next week. And it is, shout out to you, my brother. And he says, what is he? Who is, I'll just put it on the screen. He says, shout out to Nito Campbell, who is Akhet Hotep. Shout out to you, Nito Campbell. We're definitely going to go over that next week. It's almost 11:30 here. So next week's going to be another powerful class because they're going to start off with all of these questions already. I got a double of Spice Island. Let me scroll up. Oh, look at all this. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, everybody. This, there's no way. Look at all these questions. Nito Campbell. Oh, I'm getting repeats. That's what it is. I see what's happening. It's not a lot of there is a lot of donations, but the reason why it looks like more than it is because of that glitch that happened where I wasn't getting the cash apps. So now I'm getting them double. So that I got like commit. I just got 3 times. Here's a new one. Wait a minute. Is that Netter Unk? Netter Unk. Let me see. Yeah, I'm getting things 3 times because they didn't come. They're coming doubled and tripled now. Okay, so Netter Unk, thank you, brother. Made this very easy for me. He just said happy born day. Happy born day. Let me go ahead and save. I'm at least going to get the birthday stuff out and then begin the next class with whatever questions because I don't want to answer questions tired and I don't want to go till 1 in the morning here. So let's give a shout out to the good brother, the good supporter, Netter Unkotep 888 for Hotep send happy born day. Hotep send happy. Oh, I see what he did. So it's Hotep, which is the greetings, and then Sin is our brother, and then instead of happy birthday, he put happy the Nile god, the name of the Nile. Happy born day. It's creative. Hotep send happy born day. Nice. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that support. You are awesome. Wonderful. Okay, let's keep the focus in the room, everybody, and the class. Let me go to the next. We're gonna get through all of at least the birthday ones. There's Kamita again. According to this, Kamita sent me like $600 because it keeps sending it. It keeps saying that he's sending me 127 like 5 times. Okay, here we go. We have a new one. Dominique Lamar, who is Obi. Obi, and yes, Obi, you can go ahead and put your link in the room for sure. And let me go ahead and shout out you. This is a birthday one again, and it is oh, wait a minute, everybody. I gotta erase stuff. Delete, and let's try it again. Obi's a great brother. I talk about him all the time. He does great work on Facebook. He can put his link in the room and everybody can go follow what he's doing. Shout out to Obi who gave the $10, who said, Hotep Saba. I'm going to take that as a birthday gift. Hotep to you. Thank you, Obi. You are great. Let's go through. That was Obi. Oh, it's so hard to keep track because they're doubling up. Look at this. It looks like I got about 40 donations, but in actuality, it's hard to keep up with this. Who's this? That's Wasret. We already did Wasret. He's sending me them doubled up. Jordan Dolby. That's new, but wait a minute. Okay, Wasret. Alan Ramy? Is that new? Yeah, hold on. This is crazy because it... Okay. Bear with me, everybody. Okay, here we go. This is okay, so that's Obi. Oh, man, why do I have to make this so difficult? It made it very difficult. Wasret. Alan Ramy is new. Okay, so Dominique. That's Obi. James Pierre. Whoa. James Pierre, man. James Pierre. Nice. Here we go. Another big one. Another nice one. You're going to get hand clap too. What's this? 12. My eyes are... Oh, that's 12. 13. Shout out to James Pierre. Shout out to James Pierre for another big birthday. Hold on. James Pierre. Shout out to you, James Pierre. Thank you so much, James Pierre. You are awesome. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. You are wonderful. Huh? Oh, you can't see me. Okay, let me... Yeah, they can't see me. I'm giving the bow. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate the support. You are wonderful and awesome. And thank you, everybody. Everybody is just... This is a great support day. Thank you for all the appreciation, everybody. I'm going to get through all these. So that's James. Alan Ramy? Wait. What's right? Alan Ramy's about to get another hand clap. Hold on. Who is... Oh, Lex. Oh, there's some... Oh, this is for a question. I will definitely... You know what? I'm going to definitely break this down next week. I have to because Kamit asked this too. I don't have the energy to break it down today, but I'm going to put next week. This is about Easter, and I guess people are asking about Easter, of course, because today, this is Easter we're in right now. You guys are gonna love the explanation of that. I'm just breaking down right now. Tehuti's breaking down. It's almost it's late. But I put it for next week. So shout out to Alan Ramy. Appreciate that, my brother. I'm gonna definitely get to this question next week. We're gonna get right into it because Kamit asked the same question, so we're gonna get into it for sure. And shout out to you. I already put you as a note for next week. Definitely. Let me grab some agua, water. That's Alan Ramy. And the next one is Jordan Dolby. Shout out. Peace. Jordan Dolby. This one came as a pink cash out. That's different. Interesting. Okay. Shout out to Jordan Dolby. You are... Wait a minute. Let me get this all. I might as well give everybody a hand clap. I'll give the whole podcast a hand clap. Let me... Woo! Okay. Okay, I can do it. Let me see. All the moderators still with us. All the moderators. I have the moderators probably falling asleep. Here we go. Shout out to Jordan Dolby. Shout out to you. Says, peace, God. Love you for the pureness of your soul. That is a excellent that is an excellent compliment. Shout out to the pureness of my soul. I like that. Thank you for the appreciation of that, seeing that. Let me get back to the room here. To the pureness of the soul. Thank you. John Dolby. Are you in the room? So the names in the room are not the same, so they may not be the same. I don't know. They kind of change. Who's this? Truth Seeker 22. That name is in the room. That name is definitely in the room. Truth Seeker 22. Awesome. Shout out to you, Truth Seeker 22. I'm gonna put you up in the room here. Truth Seeker 22. You'll be here we go. Boom. What a podcast this is. What a podcast this is. Here we go. Oh gosh. Hold on, everybody. It is, let's see. Okay. Troubleshoot 1, troubleshoot 2, troubleshoot 3, troubleshoot 4. Okay. Let me go back down here. And let's see if it pops up. And it's Truth Seeker. Shout out to Truth Seeker. Thank you, my brother or sister. But thank you. Truth Seeker 22, I do see you in the room. Appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. You are awesome. And I appreciate the support from Truth Seeker. Truth Seeker, shout out to you if you are still in the room. We still have 102 people in here. I know it's like 2 o'clock in the morning where certain people are. We're just trying to get through the who's this now? That's Jordan. Okay, Jordan. And who's this? Jordan. And this is Truth Seeker. And this is Imani. Is Imani is it the Imani? Oh wow, another reptilian question. Definitely. Man. Shout out to Imani. Let me go ahead and next week's podcast, I'm gonna have to start. I'm gonna have to immediately just start answering questions. We'll put 17 next week. Wow. 17 next week. Shout out to you, Imani. I don't know if it's the Imani Manifesto in the room, but shout out to you, who says, Imani says, elaborate on the gray biological entities. Wow, that's next week for sure. For sure. Shout out to you, Imani, if you're Imani Manifesto, shout out to you. Appreciate that. Question. We're still going here. We're still going. Matthew. That's Truth Seeker. Imani. Who's next? Naji Atten. That's a nice name. It's an interesting name. Shout out to Naji Atten, who gave, he says for Solar Return. Okay, I like that. Thank you. Solar Return, Solar Return. Whoops, what's going on here? Yeah, 18. My eyes are getting blurry. Shout out to, I'll go ahead and put it on the screen. Solar Return. Solar Return. Thank you. All my birthday gifts. I'll give you a round of applause too, just for supporting the birthday. Thank you. Boom. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Solar Return. Naji Atten. Interesting name there. Okay. Okay, let's see who this is. Okay, that's Jordan Dolby. That's Matthew. That's Imani. That's Naji. Easter breakdown. Everybody wants the Easter breakdown, so I'm going to have to do it. Shannon Southward. Shannon Southward asked for Easter too, so definitely next week we are doing Easter breakdown because it is late. But shout out to you. I appreciate it. I'm going to put you on the screen. Does that say 19? No. 19. Shout out to you. And let's get you on the screen. Definitely Easter. Easter, Easter, Easter. Everybody's asking about Easter. You guys will love it. But next week, Easter. Okay. That's it. Here we go. Shout out to you, Shannon. Shannon is also another person who is a consistent. Shannon is consistent. Consistent in the Tehuti Podclass. Woo. Okay, let's see what we got left. Thank you, Shannon. Appreciate that. So we got Matthew, Imani, Shannon. Who's this? That's Shannon still. Let's give me these as doubles, everybody. Who's this? That's Naji again. I already got that. Shannon again. It's giving me doubles. Black Alucard. Oh my, what is it about 50 today? What is it? What is it about? Why is everybody giving 50? Yeah, I had a dream about this. I had a dream. I told my goddesses about this. So this is it. It happened today. I had a dream. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Look at this. I had a vision about this, everybody. I was wondering why this looks so familiar. What's all the... This is what I dreamt. My goddesses can bear witness that I visualized that this would happen. Black Alucard is so awesome, man. Black Alucard is great. Black Alucard, by the way, is going to be under my fitness training program, diet program. Shout out to you, brother. Oh, look at this. It's telling me too much. Hold on, everybody. Okay. Boom. Nope. Okay, Black Alucard. We're almost done. So I have about 4 questions for next week to begin with. And Black Alucard, who's just... This man is just an awesome supporter. Thank you, Black Alucard. You are an excellent supporter. You're always supporting. I appreciate it. We're gonna get this diet plan done. That's for you, Black Alucard, who's also had the highest donation, I think, last week. He had the highest donation. He's just a great supporter, man. Thank you. He's great. Black Alucard, are you still in the room, my brother? Are you still in the room, my brother? If you're in the room, shout out. If you're not in the room, you talk to me off this anyways. So anyways, my vision was, I think it was last week I had a vision and I said, I'm going to do a Tehuti Podclass, and I see several people giving sets of 50, 50, 50. And particularly was that number, and this is what I saw. And this is the first Podclass that's ever happened. It's a 50, 50, 50. Shout out to everybody. You guys are awesome. Black Alucard is awesome. Anthony Drain. Yeah, see, we already got Anthony Drain. Be Get Leisure. Be Get Leisure. Be Get Leisure with the intricate questions right when I'm about to close. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Let me put this for next week. Be Get Leisure has the best questions. Next week. Oh my. Okay, Be Get Leisure, here we go. That's the one who asked the question about the reptilians. He's always has something. Always has some question. Awesome question. Be Get Leisure says, this time, what is this question for Tehuti? Can you talk about who are Illuminati and relationship to Order Garter that creates the educational system of England? Where else can everybody... This is awesome. Where else can you guys go to ask these kind of questions? I've never heard of that question in my life. That is an awesome question. I actually don't even know what the Garter is. Maybe that's a typo, but Be Get Leisure, you can send me the correction of that if you type that right. Okay, so shout out to Be Get Leisure. You're awesome. You always give me support. I appreciate the questions and everything. We put you for next week, okay? Oh, okay. Let's see. Anthony Drain again. It's the same one though, but he keeps repeating. Okay, who is this? Person sent 2 PayPals. Oh, Dwayne. Oh, you know what? Dwayne sent $2.22, and then I saw this one, 22, and I thought it was a repeat. Thank you to the moderator. One second. Let me keep this on track here. Hold on. 22, and then I can shout out the moderator and 1 second, everybody. Shut up. Let's Be Get Leisure again. Okay, 1 second. Shout out to this brother here, Dwayne Arunde. I actually skipped this one because I saw the 2, and I thought it was a repeat because he sent 222, and then he sent 2222, and I thought it was a repeat because these cash apps have been repeating, but this is actually the PayPal. He says, how would you advise my family and I to start to live the way? What a beautiful question, my brother. What a beautiful question. I'm definitely going to put this for next week. One moment. Hold on. Let me get off the screen. shout out. Let me see where all the moderators are. One moment, everybody. Let me give a shout out to the moderators. Moderators have been doing great today. They've been really helping me, and I'm going to put them on the screen. You guys thank these moderators because especially Anki and Mayat has helped a lot with sorting out this PayPal Cash App double craziness that's been going on, because she gets certain notifications and she didn't get any. I didn't get any. She had to dig and then screenshot, send them, and then they came doubled. And she's the one that just pointed out to me that this brother here actually sent two, one 222 and one 2222, and I didn't even realize it until she sent me a message on that. So shout out to Anki Ma'at for that help. Shout out to Nani Mur for the help and assistance, and Senetia Moon and all the moderators that's helping this. It's a busy day today, and they're doing their best to help the situation and to make everything smooth. So I'm gonna go ahead and one moment. This is for, I'm gonna put next week because it is going on 12 now. I'm breaking down now. Okay. Shout out to you, my brother, Dwayne Arunde Tavares, who wants to learn about how to apply Ma'at to his family. Apply Ma'at to his family. Beautiful question. Those are the questions I love. How would you advise my family and I to start to live the ways of Ma'at? Beautiful question. That's what I'm here to teach. And thank you, Anki Ma'at, for clearing that up. Who's this now? Whoa! What is going on? What a way to end the podcast. This is the last of the birthday gift donations today, and this Beged Leisure. What a way to end the podcast. This is the last one, and it's ending with a Christmas. I'm sorry, Easter and Christmas. It's ending with a donation from Beged Leisure. Wow, I think this is the second biggest of the night, because Kamit just went crazy on this. Kamit went off with his 127. But this is awesome. Let me get to it. I'm so glad we ended off with this, because I can't take any more questions. But Beged Lead, it's telling me that there's too much clips. I'm gonna have to erase something, and they're erased. And I put this Beged Leisure. Shout out to Beged Leisure. Beged Leisure with the Beged Leisure. Just, man, you did awesome, Beged Leisure. Thank you for that. You get a round of applause. You get whoops, hold on. You get the screams. Beged Leisure went. You get the whistles. You get everything, man. And it starts again. Beged Leisure, thank you, my brother. You're awesome, because he actually Beged Leisure actually sent questions in with the donation for the questions, and sent this in. Thank you, Beged Leisure. Mishak. You have a lot of different names. Appreciate you. Let me go through the... All right, everybody. This has been an excellent Podclass. I don't know, did Senetia Moon fade away? She may have faded. Who's in the room? Unky and Mayat may be busy. Nania Set Murray is still here. And Ahati's still here. And then we have, Ms. Nana, 112. Shout out to the awesome Ms. Nana, a loyal, dedicated sister who will be around for a long time. She is wonderful. Shout out to you. We're going to do some end shout outs and end this class. Peace and prosperity to the Ma'at class, Tehuti. I need that hard drive. Download that shirt in the black in these Ma'at classes to go 2 more hours. Thanks in advance. Yes, you can get a shirt, brother. Contact me and we'll work on getting one of these shirts here made by one of the goddesses. Get a good look at the shirt again. There it is. There's Heru. And there's the Atin. And there's the Uwajit. A lot of things on the shirt. It is wonderful. Awesome. And yes, contact me, brother, and you can get definitely get a shirt. We can work on that. Shout out to everybody. We're going to close up. Shout out to everybody. Black Alucard. Shout out to Black Alucard. Shout out to Jody, who says, have a phenomenal weekend, everyone. Shout out to Nanny Aset Mur. Thank you, Beget Leisure. Thank you for all your support, donations, and questions. Shout out to Darius. Darius, who says, another great episode in the books. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. This whole room is excellent. And we're about to end off in a moment. Let's go ahead and give the final shout outs to everybody in the room. Heka, peace and thanks. Amun Ku, where is he? Where's Amun Ku? Disappeared. There he is. Amun Ku Natiru. That sounds like a warrior. That sounds like a name you call to like blow the government up or something. Sounds like a warrior. Alright, shout out to you. Shout out to Fonzo. I just got here. Oh, I recognize that icon. I don't recognize the name, but I recognize that icon. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to everybody in the room. What a great Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to get some water on this. 4 hours and 46 minutes. Shout out. Nania Set Mur says, welcome welcome to all and new viewers. I think Nania Set Mur may be the last of the moderators that stayed up or is not busy. Shout out to her for lasting. Shout out to everybody. E-Manifesto, you are awesome. Shout out to everybody in the room. I'm going to go ahead and tell everybody thank you for supporting on this Podclass day, which happened to fall on my Earth Day. I don't usually tell anybody about my Earth Day, but Facebook somehow sent out the messages. I sent out my Earth Day, so I got all these. I got donations and a lot of things, so I appreciate it all. Shout out to Kamit. Shout out to Greetings and Black Felix. I don't know what that word is, but shout out Bruhu. Shout out, is that the name? Brahu. Shout out Brahu. Shout out everybody. I'm gonna give a shout out to the moderators. Everybody give respect to the moderators. Okay, these are the moderators: Anki Ma'at, Nania Setmer, Sineti Amun, and Ahati. Ahati, who's an unofficial moderator. Oh no, that's where's Ahati? Okay, there it is, Ahati Ma'at. Shout out to all the moderators who help this room run extremely smooth. For those who want to pick up writings of mine, you can pick up Melanin Dark Consciousness. Send me a message and an email to mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. Oh, you know what? I forgot. Vinny Black Lodge sent me a text with an email to ask how to get the books. I'm gonna go ahead and reply to that tomorrow. I get so many. That is one of the books right there. You can send Okay. There's Secrets of the Ages, Stepping Out of the Matrix. That is another writing of mine that has some of the things that I taught about today in the class. You can send me an email to see how to get those books. The Tehuti Podclass is all about reciprocity. So you send support, you send questions, and I give answers, and we build just like that. And that is how we support each other. Everybody knows the logo of the room. The motto is ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. That is what we are all about. Ancestry and artifacts over religious opinions. We're about truth. We have Happy Birthday, Netter Forever from Ahati's twin, Mishak. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to everyone in the room. Scrolling down, a lot is going on. We have Peace Saba. Shout out to you, Black Alucard. You are awesome. E-Manifesto is awesome. He says, enjoy the weekend. I shall. I think I have a great weekend coming up. Nathaniel Turner says, peace, brother Tehuti. And peace to everybody. Peace and love, everybody. Thank you for supporting the Tehuti Podclass. Thank you for all the birthday gifts, the birthday donations. Thank you for the questions. Spread this. Share the link. Let people know what the Tehuti Podclass is about. And I'm going to go ahead and put up 2 more banners, and then we're going to close out because this is just wonderful. Tell everybody about the Tehuti snake style. Okay. The Tehuti Podclass. Support for those who are even watching this and want to give support afterwards while you're watching this on YouTube. You can go ahead and do that. Speaking of which, there was a brother who sent a brother named Britt who actually sent a support yesterday. Thank you, Britt, for that support. Can't find it right now, but shout out to Britt who gave some support yesterday. Shout out to you. Peace and love. That was wonderful. Oh, and I'll go ahead and just go do a screen share just to show that the brother Britt supported even after before the show even began. The brother Britt gave support. I want to just show that to show that I appreciate that. Where'd it go? There it is, Britt. Shout out to you, Britt. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. You are awesome. You gave it right before the show, or the day before. Shout out and thank you, brother. All right, last couple shout outs to people in the room. Nania sent Mer put the snake and put the hat and the spider web and spider and the snake style, and hit. Nania sent Mer says hit the share, hit the like, share, notifications, tell a friend. Peace to everybody. This has been a beautiful pod class. We have good morning from Norway. He just got here at the end. Shout out to you. Wonderful. We appreciate you stopping by. We've been here almost, I think this is the longest podcast ever. It's almost 5 hours of podcast. We're going to end this. Peace, prosperity. See, sleep well, bro. Oh, this is the one that said, peace and prosperity to the moderators. Tehuti, I need that hard drive download, that shirt in the black. That shirt in black and these mod classes to go. 2 more hours. Thanks in advance. Haha, sleep well. Thank you, brother. I had to read that twice. All right, everybody. Peace and love. Let's see if there's any last people that came in the room. This person's screaming. Peace. Okay. Love you guys. You guys are awesome. Please support the Tehuti Podclass. Donate, ask questions. And this is my moderator. That is the AI moderator. It says support with the Cash App. And we are going to end the show. Peace and love, everybody. This was a great show. I don't even want to end, but I have to go to sleep. Gotta go to sleep. Got a big day tomorrow and this weekend. And I love all of you. Peace and love. Oh, of course, I can't end without... of course, showing Charlotte right there on the hat. There she is. She's big, huh? And of course, Third Eye, because the colors of today of Tehuti's Podclass was orange and yellow and red, which are the colors of the sun, because it is my Sunday, my rebirth day. So I have the orange and the yellow and the red on. I have the matching orange and red spider, and of course I have the matching orange and yellow snake. His name is Third Eye. He's all the way from Thailand. You'll probably never see anything like this in your life. They don't sell this at Petco. This is not at PetSmart, ladies and gentlemen. It's from Thailand. All right. Peace and love, everybody. You've all been awesome. Thank you for the support. And Anki and Mayat, Un MS, Nintet Oset and Mayat, Min Hebapet and Mayat, Her and Hukiui, Per Ikut, which translates to as, I live for Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Peace.